Chapter 376. Li Jinfeng had only seen Qiu Tong once at the Lotus Escort Agency. It had been more than 5 years. Could it be that he still could not forget her? Zhong Xiaohua was really not sure. Was this the legendary love at first sight? Suddenly, Zhong Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that young Master Li is still unmarried? However, he wasn't foolish enough to ask in front of his face right now. He only smiled and said, "Big brother is really an infatuated person. However, I don't know if you'll be happy or unhappy to hear this news." Li Jinfeng frowned and said, "Xiaohua, regardless of whether Qiu Tong is dead or alive, you have to tell me honestly. I think I am fully prepared." Zhong Xiaohua said, "Brother Li, why are you cursing Sister Qiu Tong so much? Look at my smile. Can I tell you the bad news?" Then you mean, you saw Miss Qiu Tong at Huanxi Manor?" Li Jinfeng was a little ecstatic. Zhong Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "Big brother, calm down, calm down. You have to pay attention to your image. I only received news of Sister Qiu Tong at Huanxi Manor. I did not see her." "Is that so?" Li Jinfeng was obviously a little disappointed. However, his eyes lit up again. He said, "It's good that you have news, it's good that you have news. How is she now? Where is she now?" She. He seemed to have some questions that he was too embarrassed to ask. Zhong Xiaohua said, "Sister Qiu Tong is said to be fine. Her life is not in danger. However, she is not in Pingyang City. I don't know where she is and I don't know the details." Millimeter, I knew it. Li Jinfeng's face lit up. He said, "She is only the manager of Huanxi Manor. She has nothing to do with the Misty School. How could she be in trouble for no reason?" Looking at Li Jinfeng's reaction, old shopkeeper Li, who was standing a little far away, secretly sighed. His eyes turned away, as if he expected better from Li Jinfeng. "That's right. Brother Zhong already has a grandson. What about me?" He didn't even know where his daughter-in-law was. "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let this brat go to Pingyang City back then. I should have found him a child bride earlier." That was what old Li thought. Li Yinfeng didn't get any definite news about Zhong Xiaohu, so she still looked a little sad. Liu Kai walked up to her and reached out to hold her hand. Li Yinfeng turned her head and saw the concern in Liu Kai's eyes. She held Liu Kai's hand and nodded. Seeing that everyone was done with their questions, Zhong Xiaolong asked another question. "Xiaohua, where have you been all these years? Why didn't you send a message back? Father and mother were worried to death. They thought you." Zhong Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "Big brother, it's not that I didn't want to send a message. It's that no one could send a message to me." Zhong Xiaolong was stunned and said, "You were caught and sent to jail?" Zhong Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, "Big brother, do I have to go to that extent? It's a long story." Zhong Xiaohua was about to explain when Zhong Cai said, "All right, Xiaohua, let's not talk about it. You must be tired from the journey. Go back to your room and rest. Also, Mr. Liu, Brother Li, we can't keep standing in this courtyard. Anyway, the child has been safely born. We're all relieved. Let the women be busy. Let's go back to the room and have some tea." Everyone nodded in agreement. Therefore, other than Zhong Xiaolong and Li Yinfeng who entered the room, everyone else followed Zhong Cai out of the small courtyard and prepared to go back to the original Zhong family's small courtyard. Just as they left the small courtyard, they found that it was unusually lively outside the courtyard door. Why do you think? A group of 7 or 8-year-old children in the Guozhuang house surrounded something that looked very similar to a mule. They were laughing and playing. A few bold ones held a piece of grass in their hands and waved it in front of the mule, trying to lure it. However, the mule just lowered its head and didn't look at them. The grass was even more disdainful. The children didn't see the arrogance in the mule's eyes. They only regretted that their tried and tested method had failed. The timid children stayed far away and only looked at it enviously. Sometimes, they were narrow-minded and even threw 1 or 2 small stones to tease it. In the distance, there were a few idle people in the village who looked at it from time to time. They seemed to have their own plans. Wasn't this mule Zhong Xiaohua's odd beast mount, Huan Huan? This spirit beast really had a good nose. It smelled the entire way and found its way to the door. When he saw the strange thing in front of his door, Zhong Cai was also stunned. He looked at it in a fluster. Mr. Liu was first stunned, then confused. After that, he separated the group of urchins and looked at it from head to toe. He repeatedly exclaimed in surprise, "Could this be the David that was written in the book?" He smacked his lips a few times and raised his head to ask, "Whose family's mule is this?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled from behind and said, "Mr. Liu, this is my mount." Seeing this, Mr. Liu slapped his forehead and said with a smile, "I'm going to faint. When I saw this strange thing, I forgot about you. Our Guozhuang house has always had very few people coming. Today, other than you, there shouldn't be any outsiders. Naturally, I thought of you first." "That's right. Is this animal an odd beast?" Just as he finished speaking, Huan didn't agree. It hissed and bit Mr. Liu's clothes with its mouth. Mr. Liu was startled. Zhong Xiaohua patted Huan's head and said with a smile, "Mr. Liu, it's an odd beast. I call it Huan. Don't be fooled by its appearance. It's clear in its heart that if you call it Huan, it'll definitely be happy." Mr. Liu was even more surprised. Like a child, he called out in a low voice, "Huan." Huan seemed to understand and hissed again. However, its head was raised high. Mr. Liu clapped his hands in wonder. Zhong Xiaohua led Huan and followed the crowd back to the Zhong family's small courtyard. She took the long sword from Huan's back and gently placed it by the wall of the small courtyard. Then, she also led Huan to the corner of the courtyard and let it do as it pleased. Zhong Xiaohua originally wanted to accompany her father. However, she was chased to the side room by Zhong Cai. She said that she was travel-worn and should rest more. However, Zhong Xiaohua had just broken the innate formation of the round ball and obtained too many things. It was also too inconceivable. He indeed needed to further organize and digest them. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua didn't insist. However, before she rested, she still went to the back of the room and stood in front of her grandmother's grave for a long time. She kowtowed a few times before returning to the courtyard. She walked to the room on the left and pushed the door open to enter. At this time, the original location of her grandmother's small room had been demolished and rebuilt. The area was much larger, but the furnishings and layout inside were also the same as before. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua felt extremely peaceful. She floated onto the Kang bed and sat cross-legged, closing her eyes to meditate. In the small room, Zhong Xiaohua sat there quietly. He was as solemn as a mountain, but his heart wasn't as peaceful as it usually was when he cultivated. To be honest, the birth of his little nephew had shocked him far too much. In the past, when he was still in the Guozhuang house, he felt that knowing martial arts was incomparably powerful. When he learned martial arts and discovered that he cultivated the path of immortality, he felt that the path of immortality was even more admirable. Then, when he reached the 6th layer, he felt that the legendary Foundation establishment was incomparably mysterious. However, when he sensed the way of the heavens when he became one with the world, he felt that Foundation establishment was nothing more than that. However, in such a short period of time in the eyes of everyone in the small courtyard today, the evolution of the way of the heavens in a single instant or 100 million years in his consciousness had given him a completely new understanding. 100 million years, these weren't just two words. When Zhong Xiaohua broke free from his consciousness and saw the people in the small courtyard under the sunlight, he felt as if a lifetime had passed. Yes, he was no longer the Zhong Xiaohua from a moment ago. However, as a 6th layer Qi practitioner, Zhong Xiaohua really didn't know what exactly was different. It was to the extent that the evolution of the way of the heavens had left a deep impression in his mind. His imprint of the way of the heavens that was as bright as the starry sky already had a past, present, and future, but he still couldn't directly obtain any benefits from it. It was as if he had banknotes worth 10,000 taels of gold, but he couldn't find a bank to exchange them for money. If he had to blame something, he could only blame his cultivation for being too low. As a result, although Zhong Xiaohua didn't understand the meaning of what he saw, he still carefully engraved it deeply into his memory. He didn't understand it now, but there would be a time when he would understand it. As long as he had banknotes, he wouldn't have to worry about not finding a place to spend them. Secondly, what shocked Zhong Xiaohua the most was the meridians in his little nephew's body that he saw when he absorbed the dense purple qi. Although Zhong Xiaohua hadn't cultivated the last 12 layers of the Carefree Heart Sutra, he still remembered all the meridians and cultivation techniques. All these meridians added together were only a drop in the ocean in the body of an infant. At that time, Zhong Xiaohua had only tried his best to memorize it. Now that he thought about it, a question surfaced in his mind. Is it because the meridians in little nephew's body are different from normal people's? Or is it because all normal people have this many meridians? It's just that no one has discovered it yet. But based on the fact that every layer of the Carefree Heart Sutra could open up new meridians, everyone should have this many meridians. As long as there was a suitable cultivation technique, all the meridians would be opened up. What kind of cultivation level would that be? Furthermore, from Zhong Xiaohua's memory, those complicated meridians were actually like the circular orbits of the heavenly Tao. No wonder some ancient people said, "One person, one world." Could it be that this was the principle? Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua's lips curled into a proud smile. That's right, how could he not smile? Although he didn't know the specific cultivation technique for each meridian, this fellow actually peeked into the secrets of heaven and firmly recorded the countless meridians in his mind. He wouldn't forget it even in this lifetime. As long as he could find the cultivation technique for each meridian, this fellow's immortal path really couldn't be estimated so easily. Then, he took stock of the dense purple qi. This thing could only be sensed and couldn't be measured. It was all sucked into that nameless place on his left arm, so who knew where it went? However, it was fine as long as there was a warm current when he wanted to use it. Presumably, his sister-in-law wouldn't give birth to a baby that would require him to take out his little sword. Zhong Xiaohua pondered silently in his heart, but he had long forgotten about the bracelet under his left sleeve. A wrist guard was more appropriate. There were faint characters on the surface of the wrist guard. Chapter 377. Although Zhong Xiaohua had gained a lot, he realized that he did not understand the most time-consuming and energy-consuming part of the evolution of the heavenly Tao. His meridians that were as bright as stars did not respond to the cultivation method. He did not know the specific effects of the dense purple qi and did not know where it was hidden in his body. All that was left was the golden light formed by the innate formation. Thinking about the formation, Zhong Xiaohua was excited. Yes, ever since he obtained the immortal fire dragon's jade slip on restriction and formation on the deserted island, he had always been interested in it. During his daily practice, he would always find time to study it. Just now, when his divine sense scanned through one of the talismans, he felt that the essence of the formation was far more profound than what was recorded in the immortal fire dragon's records. With his current cultivation, it was almost impossible for him to understand it. Therefore, when the golden light with half of the dense purple qi shot into the back of his head, he did not panic. This was the same as the meridians and the dense purple qi. As long as it was in his body, there would be a day when he would be able to get it out. And what he wanted to check the most, which was also the most likely to be useful, was the thin layer of golden formation on the essence of herbalism in his Niwen palace. However, when Zhong Xiaohua was full of anticipation and nervousness as he immersed his divine sense into the essence of herbalism in his Niwen palace, he almost vomited blood. What do you think? The tiny essence of herbalism was surrounded by a thin layer of golden formation. This formation was made up of 365 golden tadpole-shaped talismans. Each tadpole was connected by a mysterious force. A total of 365 tadpoles were connected together, just like the complete version of the golden formation that he saw previously. It was airtight and difficult to penetrate. When Zhong Xiaohua immersed his divine sense into a single talisman, he did not have time to understand it. A sense of exhaustion surged into his brain, forcing him to withdraw his divine sense. Zhong Xiaohua, who withdrew his divine sense, was depressed for a while. What was this? I gave you a mountain of gold, but I did not give you the power to move it. The most hateful thing was that this mountain of gold was cast into a lump. Even if you wanted to take a piece of it, you would not be able to do so. Under such circumstances, how could Zhong Xiaohua not vomit blood? As it turned out, after being busy for so long, it was all for something that was out of his reach. Draw a picture, draw a picture. Zhong Xiaohua muttered to herself, looking around in self-pity. However, after calming down for a while, Zhong Xiaohua also felt relieved. The cultivation of the immortal Tao paid the most attention to being down to earth. If one blindly took shortcuts and did not have a solid foundation, one would pay a painful price sooner or later. Take his state of mind as an example. He originally thought that repaying kindness and enmity quickly and killing decisively was a clear path. However, the death of the innocent cat caused him to feel uneasy. If he blindly killed anyone he saw, it was inevitable that he would fall into his own inner demons in the future. Although this kind of tempering was not cultivation, it was better than cultivation. With this roundabout way, the foundation of his state of mind was much more solid. It was the proper way to cultivate the path of immortality. Now that he thought about it, being able to rescue his little nephew from the golden ball was perhaps his greatest gain. Thinking of her cute, chubby little nephew, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but smile. However, who did this kid look like? Why couldn't she tell? After thinking about it, Zhong Xiaohua calmed down and started to comprehend Fire Dragon Zhenren's Tao of Arrays. Of course, with a mountain of gold in front of her, she had to train her qi first. In fact, Zhong Xiaohua had been calculating for a long time. Just when she thought that she had gained nothing, she had neglected the part that she had gained the most from. Of course, Zhong Xiaohua did not understand all of this. It was basically playing the lute to a cow. However, as a bystander, watching coldly for hundreds of millions of years was not something that anyone could experience. It was very important for the cultivation of one's Tao heart. From then on, Zhong Xiaohua's immortal Tao heart was incomparably firm. To a cultivator of the immortal Tao, this was the greatest gain. Furthermore, these hundreds of millions of years seemed to have passed in an instant. It did not leave any marks in her heart. If Zhong Xiaohua knew about this, he would be laughing in his dreams for the rest of his life. It was a pity that Zhong Xiaohua was destined to have no dreams. There was only a mysterious twinkle in her eyes. He had no chance to laugh even if he wanted to. Today, Zhong Xiaohua was no longer a beginner in cultivation. For example, the first time he cultivated beside the farm in the Guozhuang house, he cultivated for 9 days and 9 nights. After he had comprehended the prohibition spell for a while, he opened his eyes and looked out of the window. As expected, the sun was setting. Immortal cultivation had no time. Zhong Xiaohua was very emotional. This little bit of comprehension would make a day pass. Zhong Xiaohua walked out of the house and saw a strange scene. The snow in the clean courtyard had been cleared. Everyone was surrounding the corner and no one noticed her appearance. Looking at the corner, wasn't it where the odd creature Huan Huan was? Zhong Xiaohua walked over. Li Yinfeng, who was standing outside, heard the footsteps and turned around. When she saw Zhong Xiaohua, she smiled and said, "Xiaohua, did you sleep well?" "No way, sister-in-law." "In the morning, you were still calling Zhong Xiaohua. In the afternoon, you're acting like a sister-in-law and only call me Xiaohua?" Zhong Xiaohua's face was filled with righteous indignation. Li Yinfeng blushed and said, "This. Brother Kai said that I don't have to be polite with you. How about I call you benefactor?" At the end of her words, a trace of cunning flashed through Li Yinfeng's eyes. Zhong Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "Don't, sister-in-law. I'm just joking with you. If you call me Xiaohua, I'll be very happy to hear it. Don't go back to that. By the way, how are my sister-in-law and the child?" Li Yinfeng also smiled and said, "Haha, Xiaohua, I'm just joking too. Qianqian is very good. She seems to have recovered very well. I think she can walk tomorrow. The child is also very good." "Yes, very good. When he entered the room in the morning, he cried and drank milk. After eating, he fell asleep. He might not even wake up now. Auntie Guo and my mother are over there. You don't have to worry." "Oh, I see. Giving birth to a child is really tiring work. She can't walk for a day. Yes, from what you said, this is still good. Could it be that her body is so weak that she can't walk for 3 or 4 days? Being a mother is really hard. Poor thing. Li Yinfeng's face turned red again. Zhong Xiaohua looked and felt very strange. This Miss Li, oh, no, this sister-in-law, why is she so shy? When the people at the side saw Zhong Xiaohua coming over, they all smiled and turned around. When they heard what she said, they all laughed. Only Mr. Liu said, Xiaohua, where did you get this Davids from? According to the ancient books, some of the most famous immortals in the ancient times rode on the David's deer. Zhong Xiaohua shrugged and said, Mr. Liu, I've only heard about it. My David's deer was given to me by a kid named Xiaohua. Hey! She's also called Xiaohua? Everyone in the courtyard was interested. Seeing that they were eager to hear the story, Zhong Xiaohua said, Father, Mr. Liu, Uncle Li, let's wait for Mother and the others to come and I'll tell them together. This story is quite long. I can't tell it twice, right? Zhong Cai laughed and said, You little brat, you're actually keeping your father in suspense. Well, after dinner, we'll light up the lamp and tell you. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua saw that everyone was looking at Huan Huan. In front of the David's deer, there was a huge bathtub full of water. Huan Huan was stretching her neck and drinking. Zhong Xiaohua frowned slightly. This David's deer had been in his hands for a long time, but he had never seen it drink like this. When he swept it with his divine sense, he immediately understood. Wasn't this the spring water that his family drank? Could it be that this David's deer actually liked things that were rich in vitality? Oh, no wonder in Songning town, this thing came to me as soon as it saw me. So it was because it smelled vitality. Hihi, I thought I had a good character. A shake of my tiger body attracted spiritual beasts to me. Zhong Xiaohua laughed and said, It can only drink water there. If it doesn't eat grass, it will starve to death. After saying this, he suddenly remembered that Nai Chenyu had said that the David's deer liked to eat grass with dew. Thus, he patted Huan Huan's head and poured out the basket of grass. He took away the bathtub with one hand and poured some water on the grass, saying, Eat the grass, or I won't let you drink the water. The David's deer felt extremely wronged. It hissed on the ground and obediently ate the grass. It looked at Zhong Xiaohua anxiously as she threw the bathtub aside. Zhong Cai looked at his son and said, Did you sleep well? Yes, very well. Father, I haven't slept on the kang at home for a long time. It really smells good. That's good. I was afraid that you would be used to it and couldn't sleep when you came back. In the future, you can sleep in that room. Zhong Xiaohua frowned. What did father mean? Could it be? Then, Zhong Cai said, Let's go, Xiaohua. Let's invite Mr. Liu and your Uncle Li into the room and look at the mule. Oh, the David's deer has been drinking water for a long time. I'm also thirsty. Let's go in and have tea. You must have walked all the way and are already hungry and thirsty. Drink some water first. Your mother has been serving her grandson all day and left her son aside. Let's go and have a meal. Zhong Xiaohua laughed and said, It's okay, father. When I came back, I had already eaten and drunk in Lu Town. I don't feel hungry now. Let's go in and have tea first. We can cook after mother and the others are done. There's no hurry. Chapter 378. Although Zhong Xiaohua said there was no hurry, how could Zhong Cai bear to let his son, who had just come back from a life-and-death situation, starve? Before she drank a few mouthfuls of tea, Guo Sufei and Li Jinfeng's mother came back from the side. When Auntie Li saw Zhong Xiaohua, she thanked her again. Zhong Xiaohua was speechless. She just did a good deed and was thanked 3 or 4 times in a row. Thinking about it, she blushed with shame. Li Yinfeng was sent to the small courtyard next door to take care of the children. The 2 elders were busy in the kitchen. At this time, the Zhong family was no longer the poor Zhong family 5 years ago. Because of the arrival of Liu Kai and his wife and Li Jinfeng's family of 4, the Zhong family had already prepared enough ingredients. Before the sky was completely dark, they had already prepared a table full of sumptuous dishes. The bright central room, the huge table, and the hustle and bustle of the house made Zhong Xiaohua feel a little strange, but she also felt very warm. Time can change a lot, but it can't change family and friendship. The only thing that made Zhong Xiaohua jealous was that her mother only hurriedly put the red braised pork in front of her and watched her eat the biggest piece. Then she wiped the tears in her eyes and went to take care of her little grandson who had just been born. Alas, it seems that the focus of this family has shifted from me to that little guy. Zhong Xiaohua thought in loneliness. Although Li Yinfeng and Auntie Li also had to go next door to take care of the children, they were guests after all. Zhong Cai insisted that they eat here first. Not long after, Zhong Xiaolong also came. Although the central room was big, it was still crowded. Liu Kai said with a smile, "Xiaohua, we originally planned to go to my father's backyard to eat, but in order to welcome you, we have to suffer. Later, you have to drink 2 more cups." Zhong Xiaohua didn't speak. Zhong Cai next to her said, "Xiaohua is still a child. Why drink wine? Liu Kai, you can drink more." Zhong Xiaolong said with a smile, "Dad, our Xiaohua is no longer a child. Don't you see that she is taller than me? Counting her age, she is already 18 years old. She is still in the prime of her youth." Zhong Cai was speechless for a while. Mr. Liu advised, "Old brother Zhong, it's your family's fortune for the child to come back safely after growing up. Don't think too much about it. Tonight, you must have a good time, a good time. Let's have a good time. Let's drink. Anyway, they will leave our protection. Even if you worry, they may not be grateful." Zhong Cai also wiped the corners of his eyes and revealed a smile. The wine was brewed by the Zhong family using spring water and their own crops. There was a slight vitality in drinking it. However, the spiciness was not something that Zhong Xiaohua could handle. After drinking 1 cup, he didn't want to drink anymore. He only took tea to deal with it. Everyone knew that it was his first time drinking wine, so they didn't try to persuade him. After all, even if Zhong Xiaohua didn't know the quality of the wine, it couldn't be said that everyone present who had drunk wine before didn't know the quality. If Zhong Xiaohua didn't drink, then others could drink more. Liu Kai had drunk it before, so he wasn't surprised. This was the first time the Li family had drunk this kind of wine. Although it didn't have the mellow fragrance of fine wine, it had a unique flavor in the mouth. Even Auntie Li drank a few cups. During the meal, everyone was happy and tipsy. Although Zhong Xiaohua hadn't eaten for a long time, he ate a lot with Zhong Xiaolong. Zhong Xiaolong also kept picking food and meat for him, scolding him for eating so little and being so thin. Zhong Xiaohua didn't explain and ate everything that his elder brother picked for him. Only then did Zhong Xiaolong feel happy. When Auntie Li was almost done eating, she went to replace Guo Sufei and Li Yinfeng. Zhong Xiaohua also quickly got up. The smell of wine was really unpleasant. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaolong also followed. It was said that in many places, pregnant women wouldn't see outsiders for a few days after giving birth. However, Zhong Xiaohua was her husband's brother, whom she hadn't seen for many years. Guozhuang House didn't have too many rules. Moreover, if it wasn't for this little brat, her son might not have been born smoothly. Liu Qian, who was still lying in bed, naturally didn't care about anything. Under the dim light, Liu Qian was stunned when she saw Zhong Xiaohua at first glance. Although Zhong Xiaolong had told her about the changes of Zhong Xiaohua earlier, Liu Qian couldn't help but be surprised when she saw him. Was this still the child who cried in her arms that year? After Zhong Xiaohua bowed deeply, he carefully observed his sister-in-law whom he hadn't seen for many years. Liu Qian didn't change much from 5 years ago. She was slightly plump, and her eyebrows were full of the demeanor of a mature woman. Zhong Xiaohua was a little puzzled. She didn't look weak at all. Seeing Zhong Xiaolong go to the side to take care of the child, Liu Qian smiled and said to Zhong Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, I haven't seen you for a few years. You have grown up. Your elder brother has already told me about what happened today. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few years, your skills have improved a lot. I still have to thank you." Zhong Xiaohua hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, the word thank you is very distant. The child is my little nephew. If I don't do something, who will? Besides, when I went home earlier, I saw that he was just pregnant. Now that I've just returned home, I saw that he was born. This shows that this child and I are destined to be together. Yes. Liu Qian was quite emotional. When she saw that Li Yinfeng and Auntie Li were not paying attention, she whispered, "The small stone you gave me suddenly broke into pieces yesterday and turned into powder. This child was tossing and turning in my stomach and came out today." "Oh," Zhong Xiaohua said thoughtfully, "I see." At this time, they heard the baby crying on the kang next to them. Didn't the little guy wake up? Zhong Xiaolong was about to pick him up, but he was pushed aside by Guo Sufei and said, "The child has just been born. His body is still very weak. He can't withstand the rough hands of you men. You stay aside." When Zhong Xiaolong heard this, he just stayed aside and smiled foolishly. "Perhaps he wants to drink milk." "Mother, carry the child over," Liu Qian said softly. When Zhong Xiaohua saw this, she wanted to leave. However, when she walked past the baby, the white and fat baby's eyes saw Zhong Xiaohua. He stopped crying and stretched out his chubby little hands with difficulty, indicating that he wanted to be carried. Guo Sufei was stunned and said, "Didn't you say that the child can't see anything before 6 months? How can he recognize Xiaohua?" Xiaolong was beside him just now, but he didn't even open his eyes. Zhong Xiaohua looked at the cute little baby, but she turned her body sideways and prepared to leave. Of course, the child's father didn't even let her carry him. Why should she join in the fun? Of course, Guo Sufei had no intention of letting Zhong Xiaohua carry him. She also stopped in her tracks and walked towards Liu Qian. However, the baby refused to accept it. He opened his mouth and cried. Guo Sufei didn't understand. She only thought that the child was hungry and carried him to Liu Qian. Zhong Xiaohua walked to the door and was about to leave when she heard Liu Qian call out, "Xiaohua, wait a moment." Zhong Xiaohua was stunned. Sister-in-law was feeding him milk. Why did she ask him to wait? However, when he heard the rustling of clothes, he didn't dare to turn around. However, the baby's cries didn't stop, and he didn't hear the baby drinking milk. After a while, he heard Liu Qian say, "Xiaohua, it seems that this child is really fated to be with you. Carry him." "What?" Guo Sufei called out, "Xiaohua hasn't carried a child before. If he falls or gets hurt, it won't be good. Mother, look at the child. He doesn't drink milk at all. His 2 hands and feet are messing around. That's his obedient appearance from before. It must be because he saw Xiaohua just now." This. Guo Sufei didn't know what to say. Zhong Xiaolong said at the side, "Maybe he wants to smell his father's scent. Come, let father carry him." Sigh, this guy wanted to carry him just now, but he was stopped by his mother. Now, he took the opportunity to enjoy it. Unfortunately, his son didn't give him any face at all. Just as he carried him in his arms, his butt stuck out. Zhong Xiaolong's chest became hot. It was the child's urine. Zhong Xiaohua's face bloomed. Seeing that his son was still crying, Zhong Xiaolong called out, "Xiaohua, come over quickly. Quickly carry your little nephew." Zhong Xiaohua turned around helplessly and stole a glance. Her sister-in-law had already tidied up her clothes. Only then did she walk over slowly. Sure enough, as Zhong Xiaohua walked over, the baby's crying lessened. His round, sparkling eyes looked at her quietly. Zhong Xiaohua was helpless. She stretched out her hands as if she wanted to hold something. Zhong Xiaolong didn't care so much. He reached out and put the child in her hands. Then, he turned around and looked for clothes to change. Zhong Xiaohua's 2 hands, and her whole body, were extremely stiff. She held the baby and didn't dare to move. Yes, her hands were tens of thousands of pounds of strength. If she accidentally touched some parts of the child's body, it would be terrible. The baby was very relaxed in Zhong Xiaohua's arms. His small mouth was open and he laughed, revealing his toothless gums. It was quite cute. Zhong Xiaohua complained in her heart. She usually looked at the baby with a cute smile. Why did it feel so uncomfortable to carry him? She didn't dare to move. It was 100 times worse than fighting with others. Zhong Xiaohua hurriedly shouted, "Mother, come and save me. Take him away." But Guo Sufei just smiled and tidied up the diapers on the Kang bed. Liu Qian said, "Since the child likes you so much, you should carry him more. In the future, he will learn martial arts from you. Now, you should cultivate your feelings." Zhong Xiaohua wanted to cry but had no tears. But the baby was very happy. His 2 hands made threatening gestures. One of his chubby little hands reached into Zhong Xiaohua's arms as if he had caught something. His laughter became louder. When he took his hand out of her arms, it was the small vitality stone that Zhong Xiaohua used for cultivation. The baby seemed to have gotten the best toy. One of his little hands kept moving, while the thumb of his other little hand reached into his little mouth and sucked on it with relish. At this time, Guo Sufei also finished tidying up the things. Seeing that the baby was no longer crying, she smiled and said, "It seems that he is really fated to be with his uncle. In the future, we don't need to find someone to take care of the baby. Just leave it to Xiaohua." After saying that, she took the baby and handed it to Liu Qian. She said, Qian, take care of him for a while." Then she said to Aunt Li, "I'll have to trouble sister to take care of him for a while." Seeing that Zhong Xiaohua was about to leave again, the baby was unwilling. He took out another hand that was full of saliva from his mouth and reached out to Zhong Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaohua's heart moved. She took out another small vitality stone from her arms and stuffed it into the baby's hand. Sure enough, the baby stopped crying and quietly closed his eyes. He seemed to be asleep. Alas, Zhong Xiaohua sighed in her heart. He was so young, but he had the potential to be greedy. Chapter 379. After the meal, Guo Sufei was not in a hurry to go to Liu Qian. She had not seen her son since he came back in the morning. Of course, she wanted to take this opportunity to see more and ask more questions. The others were also sitting in the chairs, drinking tea leisurely and waiting for the story to start. Yes, the Guozhuang house was not well informed. Even Lu Zhen was not that good. Zhong Xiaohua disappeared for 4 to 5 years. What happened must be unusual. Now that he came back safe and sound, everyone's worries were gone. Naturally, they wanted to know the details. Well, let's just treat it as a story. Guo Sufei was still sitting next to her son. Although Zhong Xiaohua was taller than her, in her eyes, there was not much difference between him and the little grandson in her arms. Seeing that everyone in the living room was serious, Zhong Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He thought for a while and told them everything that happened after he broke up with his second brother, Zhong Xiaohu. Of course, he still talked about the spring and autumn annals. He ignored the way of the immortals and only talked about the secret books of the Wulin seniors. However, when he talked about the way back, Zhong Xiaohua hesitated and deliberately skipped the matter of Nai Qianyu. He was afraid that his family would be worried if they heard that there were people from Jianghu chasing after him. In the past 5 years, Zhong Xiaohua had indeed experienced many twists and turns. He had been on the brink of death several times. When she heard that her son had been captured and wanted to be killed, that he had fallen into the sea and was almost eaten by the fishes, and that he had been living alone on a deserted island for 4 years, Guo Sufei's tears had long since fallen. She held her youngest son's hand tightly and refused to let go. She murmured, "Son, poor son. He can only eat sweet potatoes all day. He can't even eat braised pork. Just you wait, son. Mother will make more for you. Don't worry, son. You still have a lot of money from last time. From now on, Mother will make braised pork for you every day and raise you to be as tall and mighty as your brother. Son, from today onwards, you are not allowed to take even half a step out of the Guozhuang house. Mother will watch over you every day." The others had thought that Zhong Xiaohua had only gone missing and that she might not encounter anything life-threatening now that she had returned. Therefore, they listened to the story with an appreciative heart. However, the story was so difficult and far exceeded their expectations. Their expressions became more and more serious until they heard that Zhong Xiaohua had met a child called Xiaohua Ji in Songning town and obtained the David's deer from him. Only then did they relax. They even laughed when they heard that Zhong Xiaohua had exchanged a large sack of copper coins for the David's deer. Guo Sufei blamed her son and said, "Xiaohua, that Xiaohua's family is so poor. Why didn't you leave more money for them? When Zhong Cai heard this, he scolded, Woman, your hair is long but your knowledge is short. Didn't you see that Xiaohua didn't even dare to give them money and wanted to exchange it for copper coins for them to spend slowly? You gave them 5 taels of silver and they dared to spend it. Wouldn't they have been remembered by others? Guo Sufei glared at him and said, I'm short of knowledge. Humph, my sons are each stronger than the other. Zhong Cai also glared at her and said, Aren't they my sons? When Zhong Xiaohua saw this, she hurriedly told them about her trip to Huanxi Mountain Villa. The 2 elders immediately became spirited. However, Zhong Xiaohua only said, We don't know whether second brother is dead or alive. Perhaps, he is at the headquarters of the fragrance cult. Alas! The 2 elders sighed at the same time. Perhaps they were still regretting in their hearts. Why did they let their 2 sons walk out of the Guozhuang house that year? As if she knew what her father and mother were thinking, Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, Everyone has their own path. This is something that others can't interfere with. Since second brother and I have chosen this path, we will walk to the end without any regrets. Doesn't eldest brother also have his own path? Now that he has a child, the child also has his own path. Perhaps his path is different from ours. There are many paths in this world. It only depends on which path you want to take. Perhaps it is your own choice. Perhaps it is God's arrangement. Don't mother and father also have their own paths? Zhong Xiaohua's words were very profound, but they were easy to understand. Mr. Liu, Liu Kai, and Li Jinfeng all showed a surprised expression. However, Zhong Cai, Guo Sufei, and Zhong Xiaolong were thoughtful. Zhong Xiaohua's experience in the past 5 years was very long, and the story was also very long. Looking at the sky, Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, Mother, let's stop here for tonight. It's already late, and I think I'll fall asleep soon. Xiaohua, are you still sleeping well? Is it the same even on a deserted island? Guo Sufei asked with concern. Yes, Mother. I always go to bed on time. Hihi, that's good. Being able to sleep and eat is a good body. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, Mother, I am not that. You don't have to describe your handsome son like that. Ha ha. Guo Sufei covered her mouth and laughed. Her previous gloominess was swept away. Guo Sufei only needed to tidy up a little before letting Zhong Xiaohua go. Young Master Li, Li Jinfeng, insisted on sleeping on the same bed as Zhong Xiaohua so that they could have a long conversation. How could Zhong Xiaohua be willing? She pushed him out and closed the door with a bang. She thought to herself, isn't he just trying to find out more about Qiu Tong? I don't have her here either. He'll definitely bother me tonight. The night passed silently. The next morning, Zhong Xiaohua went to the bamboo forest behind the courtyard and practiced the Fist of the North Star. The 18 warm currents tempered her bones 18 times before she stopped. Then, she went to visit her grandmother's grave. When the sky was bright, she returned to the courtyard. Winter was the most relaxing season for farmers. Not to mention, it was only the 10th day of the first lunar month. Although it was already the 5th day, the atmosphere of the new year was still lingering. Early in the morning, Zhong Cai and Mr. Liu sat together and whispered. Yes, the child had already been born yesterday. He looked very healthy and lively. Although Granny Li's words were unpleasant, she made some sense. They understood their family's situation. Liu Qian gave birth after 5 years of pregnancy. Other than Zhong Cai, Guo Sufei, Mr. Liu, Zhong Xiaolong, Zhong Xiaohua, and Liu Qian herself, no one else could know. The Li family saw the child's strange condition when he was born. Liu Kai's family also saw it. If they were told, they would not leak it. Granny Li had already seen the child's different from other babies. Farmers' women were the most unrestrained. The news must have spread last night. The Zhong family could not cover it up, so there was no need to be calculative. But their family's life still had to be lived. The child also had to be raised like other children. Now, the most important thing to be on the agenda should be the child's name. This matter should have been considered yesterday. But didn't Zhong Xiaohua come back? No matter what, they had to show some concern for her, right? Although the focus was on the baby in the future, they also had to give Zhong Xiaohua some time to adapt. Early in the morning, the two grandfathers got together and started to chat while smoking. After breakfast, the sun was shining brightly outside and there was no wind. Zhong Xiaolong moved the table out of the central room and placed a tea set in the small courtyard. As usual, the woman went to Liu Qian's place to take care of the mother and daughter while imparting her parenting experience. Old shopkeeper Li and Li Jinfeng, who were sitting at the table, were surprised when they heard that they were going to name the child today. After all, in their impression, the child should only be given a full name after 1 month. Now, they could only give a nickname. However, after Li Jinfeng and the others listened to Mr. Liu's explanation, they realized that every place had its own customs. Lu Town was only a short distance away from the Guozhuang house. In terms of naming the child, there was a lot of difference. Not to mention that the three elders were discussing there, Zhong Xiaohua pulled Liu Kai and whispered. Even Zhong Xiaolong, the father, had no right to speak on this matter. How could he, the uncle, say anything? Zhong Xiaohua whispered, Brother Kai, how did you and sister-in-law know each other? You are in Balagu, and sister-in-law is in Lu Town. You are not related at all. When Liu Kai heard this, his face turned red. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not say anything. He raised his eyes and looked at Zhong Xiaolong for help. When Zhong Xiaolong saw this, he wanted to ignore it. However, this was his brother-in-law. If he did not want to be kicked out of bed by Liu Qian, he could only extend a friendly hand. Zhong Xiaolong cleared his throat and began to narrate the story of their marriage in detail. Speaking of which, the two were really fated. After Zhong Xiaohua rescued Li Yinfeng, Zhong Xiaohu rode back to Lu Town with the three of them. After waiting for Zhong Xiaohua for a long time, they immediately went back to Lu Town and never entered the Li family again. At that time, the Li family was in a panic and forgot to ask for Zhong Xiaohu's address. It was only when Li Jinfeng returned home that he found out about this matter. He personally brought his family to Guozhuang House to thank them. At that time, Zhong Xiaohu had already left home and returned to Pingyang City. There was no news of Zhong Xiaohua's disappearance. Guo Sufei was worried about her son and was sick in bed. Seeing this situation, Li Yinfeng, who came with the intention of marrying Zhong Xiaohua, naturally stayed to take care of Guo Sufei. When Li Yinfeng was disheartened in the forest that day, she was rescued by Zhong Xiaohua and Zhong Xiaohu. She was very grateful to them. When she was rescued again at Shitsue Mountain and returned with Zhong Xiaohu on the same horse, it could be said that they were very close and love was planted in her heart. Oh, that day, she was even more grateful to Zhong Xiaohua. However, wasn't Zhong Xiaohua too young? The story of Li Yinfeng and Zhong Xiaohu was roughly the same as the marriage between Liu Qian and Zhong Xiaohu. If Zhong Xiaohu was at home, Li Yinfeng would probably become Zhong Xiaohua's second sister-in-law. Unfortunately, fate made fools of people. After Zhong Xiaohu left, Li Yinfeng stubbornly stayed in the Zhong family. She was even more stubborn than Liu Qian back then. At that time, Guo Sufei had already treated Li Yinfeng as her daughter-in-law. Later, when the Misty School was destroyed, Li Jinfeng, who was nearby in Pingyang City, received the news and hurried back to Lu Town. He passed the news to Zhong Cai and Guo Sufei. Chapter 380. This bad news seemed to have defeated the Zhong family, which had been immersed in the sorrow of Zhong Xiaohua's disappearance. Guo Sufei lay down again. Fortunately, at this time, Liu Qian's abdomen had slightly bulged. This third generation of the Zhong family was undoubtedly the spiritual pillar of the family at that time, and Li Yinfeng was facing an extremely awkward situation. She was not Zhong Xiaohu's wife, and even Zhong Xiaohu himself did not know. But now, in this situation, how could she leave? Moreover, she had lived in the Guozhuang house for a long time, and the people in the Guozhuang house all called her the daughter-in-law of the Zhong family. How could she marry again? Even if she could find a suitable person, how could she explain it to him? And just at this time, her destined son, Liu Kai, appeared. Liu Kai just came to visit the Zhong family with Liu Tufu, and was immediately attracted by the faint sadness between Li Yinfeng's brows. When he heard about Li Yinfeng's situation, He was very sympathetic and begged his sister to find an opportunity to express her magnanimity to the person. Liu Qian received this difficult task, and was very embarrassed. Li Yinfeng was a good girl, pure as ice and jade. She was naturally willing to be her sister-in-law, but after all, she was now using the name of Zhong Xiaolong's second brother's wife. Liu Qian could not tear down her husband's family. She could only discuss with Zhong Xiaolong, and Zhong Xiaolong had no choice but to ask his mother. Guo Sufei was still sick, but she was not confused. Li Yinfeng had taken care of the Zhong family for a long time, and now there was no news of Zhong Xiaohu. Even if he was alive, they did not know when he would come back. Moreover, they did not know the meaning of Zhong Xiaohu's side, and did not know whether Zhong Xiaohu was willing, so Guo Sufei also agreed reasonably. But when Li Yinfeng heard this, she did not have any expression. Nonsense, she had stayed in the Zhong family for such a long time. You can change a girl's mind with just a few words, isn't it inappropriate for others to see it? Fortunately, Mr. Liu had a room in the Guozhuang house. Liu Kai lived there in the name of serving his father. Mr. Liu curled his lips. How could he not know his son's thoughts? Cursing was cursing, and supporting was supporting. Thus, Liu Kai had the advantage of being in a favorable position. Liu Kai was cultured and refined. He was a gentleman who studied and was quite similar to Li Jinfeng. Most women's first impression of their husbands would be based on their fathers and brothers. Liu Kai and Li Yinfeng had similar interests and were indeed more suitable than Zhong Xiaohu. Therefore, after a while, they fell in love with each other. Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua laughed loudly, making Liu Kai's face turn red. Zhong Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, "Here, I thank Big Brother Kai on behalf of second brother." Liu Kai hurriedly returned the salute and said, "Why is that?" Zhong Xiaohua told him some of the things that happened between Zhong Xiaohu and Chang'e a few years ago and said, "I think I can understand what happened to sister-in-law. Even if my second brother is here, he will have the same idea. We don't expect anything in return for saving people. What's more, she's young Master Li's relative. We can't just stand by and watch. If we make sister-in-law misunderstand us and waste her youth, we don't want to see that. Moreover, you see, my second brother already has a wife. Brother Kai can understand sister-in-law's pain and save her from danger, which is also a great help to my second brother. If I don't thank you, who should I thank?" Hearing this, Liu Kai's face turned red. This was a huge knot in his heart. Now that it was solved by Zhong Xiaohua, how could he not feel relieved? He smiled and cupped his hands again, then ran out of the small courtyard. Alas, in Li Jinfeng's words, that speed was ungentlemanly. Not long after, Liu Kai came back with Li Yinfeng, whose face was red. The two of them saluted Zhong Xiaohua again, making Zhong Xiaohua at a loss. She didn't know what they were up to. Li Yinfeng said shyly, "Xiaohua, if you can see Xiaohu, you have to tell him about my feelings. Liu Kai and I are at home praying that he and Chang'e can get married in the end." "Get married in the end?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled bitterly. The Misty School was destroyed. Second brother and Chang Jian were nowhere to be found. No one knew if they were dead or alive. It was hard to say if second brother could meet Chang Jian and build a relationship with her. However, Zhong Xiaohua still hurriedly returned the salute and said, "I also congratulate you on behalf of second brother. I hope you can live in harmony and have a child soon." Li Yinfeng's face was even redder. While the younger generation was discussing love, the older generation was also concerned. However, love was the most complicated thing. If they interfered a little, there might be a lot of twists and turns. Zhong Cai also didn't understand Zhong Xiaohu's thoughts, so he didn't dare to interrupt. It was only when he heard Zhong Xiaohua say that his son already had someone he liked outside that he became both sad and happy. He was worried about his missing son. Now that they were talking, the atmosphere became more lively. The three old people's thoughts were basically the same. Zhong Cai shouted, "Xiaolong, go and call your mother over." Also, the child, Mr. Liu hurriedly stopped him and said, "It's better to let the in-laws come over. The child caught a cold outside yesterday. Today, before the full moon, it's better not to go out." Zhong Cai smiled and said, "Okay, then Xiaolong, call your mother over." After a while, Guo Sufei came back with a smile on her face. Although there was still no news of her second son, Zhong Xiaohu, the return of her missing youngest son and the birth of her long-awaited grandson gave her great comfort. Moreover, this little grandson was smarter than the other children in the village. How could Guo Sufei not be happy? Today was the day that his precious grandson would be named. For farmers, names were the first step into this world. The quality of a name directly determined the child's life. Thinking back to the names his father had given his 3 children, they were so wonderful. Little Dragon, Little Tiger, and Little Flower. Looking at his family's situation now, it was something that he had never dreamed of before. It was all thanks to his father's foresight that he had found such good names that reflected the spirit of a dragon horse. Waiting for Guo Sufei to sit down, Zhong Cai fiddled with his goatee, tapped his pipe and said, "Brother Liu, why don't you say it? You are a knowledgeable person. Your sister-in-law trusts you very much." Mr. Liu waved his hand and said, "Brother Zhong, don't laugh at me. This is the right of a brother. Others can't take it away." Guo Sufei also said, "Father of the child, hurry up and say it. If it doesn't work, we can ask the in-laws to change it." Zhong Cai narrowed his eyes and said, "The name I gave the child is called..." Zhong Cai deliberately dragged out his voice, "Zhong Jian." Jian, it means solid. It means that the child is as strong as a rock. In the future, he will also grow strong. Mr. Liu added, "The child must also have a strong will and grow strong like a towering tree." Good. Everyone applauded. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. The word strong reflected everyone's thoughts. Guo Sufei was also happy. She immediately wanted to stand up and tell Liu Qian the good news. However, Mr. Liu said, "Sister-in-law, don't be anxious." Guo Sufei was stunned and said, "Is there anything else? Since it's a name, why don't we name it together today?" "There's a name." Guo Sufei was stunned. Zhong Cai, Zhong Xiaolong, and Zhong Xiaohua were also stunned. Only Liu Kai and Li Jinfeng smiled and said, "Mr. Liu really loves the house and its crow. Zhong Jian has just been born and you want to give him a courtesy name?" Mr. Liu smiled and said, "That's right. Since it's already been named, then it's better to give it to him. Later, sister-in-law, you still have to think of a nickname for the child." "Courtesy name?" Zhong Xiaolong and Zhong Xiaohua looked at each other. After Li Jinfeng's explanation, the two of them finally understood. It turned out that the literati in the big cities, in addition to their original names, would be specially bestowed with a courtesy name by their family elders when they reached adulthood. It was a symbol of status. Liu Kai and Li Jinfeng did not have a courtesy name. Therefore, Mr. Liu giving Zhong Jian a courtesy name was a little ahead of schedule. However, this courtesy name was to be used after he came of age. It was understandable for the elders to give him a name now. After all, outsiders would not know. Old Li smiled and said, "Mr. Liu is keeping it a secret. Why didn't you say so earlier? Please tell us, Mr. Liu, so that we can consider it together." Mr. Liu took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "I thought about it for a long time last night. I feel that Jian was born with a vision. In the future, he will not be an ordinary person. Outstanding people are all proud and aloof. This is not good for life. Therefore, I want to give Jian a courtesy name. He will treat others kindly and treat others as his friends. This kind of person will be able to achieve great things. What do you think?" Zhong Yuyu. Li Jinfeng and Liu Kai thought for a while and both of them agreed. The name Zhong Jian could be heard from the Zhong family, but as for this Zhong Yuyu, to be honest, Zhong Cai and Guo Sufei really couldn't tell what it was. However, since the courtesy name was something of a scholar, it was naturally better for the scholar to say it. Zhong Cai and Guo Sufei also agreed. However, when it came to Guo Sufei's turn to come up with a nickname for the child, she frowned. After a long time, she said, "In-law, what do you think of Gosheng, Erden, Dumbo, and Gubuli?" Mr. Liu's expression changed and he said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, since you already have a genteel courtesy name, it is not good to use a peasant's nickname. Think about it again." Guo Sufei thought for a long time and said, "Forget it. Let's give it to you." Why don't I ask Chanshan and see what she thinks? At this time, Zhong Xiaohua, who had been silent all this time, said, Father, Mother, Mr. Liu, I have a nickname. Listen and see if it is okay. Zhong Cai was about to scold her when Mr. Liu smiled and said, It's okay. You say it. Xiaohua, now that you have been outside for several years, you have a lot of experience. This nickname may not be bad. If it is not okay, then let Chanshan decide. Zhong Xiaohua thought for a while and said, Let's give Jenna a nickname, Byren. What do you think? Chapter 381. Byren. Guo Sufei was not the only one who was surprised. Everyone present frowned. Yes, it was understandable that Guo Sufei had nicknamed Jen Chen Gosheng or Dumbo. That was what farmers called him. But Byren was not even close to a nickname. It was not as good as Yaro Yaro or Huan Huan. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua said with a smile, Mr. Liu has just said that Jen will be an extraordinary person in the future. But now, this news has been known by Granny Li. Maybe tomorrow, the rumor will spread to the Guozhuang house. Of course, what she saw was just the tip of the iceberg. What we know is the whole truth. Speaking of this, Zhong Xiaohua stood up and bowed deeply to old Li's family and Liu Kai's family. These people were even more surprised. The younger ones hurriedly returned the bow and asked, Xiaohua, what do you mean? Zhong Xiaohua said, Granny Li only saw Jenna grow up, but everyone saw Jenna come out of the lotus. If this news were to spread, it would be a disaster for Jen. Who knows, it might attract the covetous eyes of some people. I beg everyone here, for the sake of Jenna's growth, please don't tell anyone what you saw yesterday to outsiders. No one is allowed to do so. Zhong Xiaohua said sincerely and looked serious. Everyone was shocked. Although Zhong Xiaohua did not say anything threatening, from his eyes, they did not doubt that if something was leaked, he might not be lenient because of his family relationship with them. In particular, yesterday, Zhong Xiaohua split the lotus with his small sword and carried Zhong Jian out of the lotus. He was already regarded as an extraordinary person. Moreover, as early as 5 years ago, he could safely rescue 3 people from the mountain bandits in Shitsue Mountain. 5 years after obtaining the secret martial arts book, it was easy to imagine how high his martial arts skills were. Therefore, the two families agreed with Zhong Xiaohua's proposal from the bottom of their hearts. After all, wasn't Zhong Jian their relative? Why should they make things difficult for their own people? Seeing that everyone had solemnly agreed, Zhong Xiaohua continued, but even Granny Li's rumors will definitely affect Jen. Jen will definitely be bullied or encouraged by other children as he grows up. However, according to my observation, the possibility of Jen being at a disadvantage is not high. However, it is precisely because of this that Jen has to restrain himself and keep a low profile. As the saying goes, the rafters that stick out first rot. I hope that our Jen will keep a low profile. Only by enduring what ordinary people can't endure can he accomplish what ordinary people can't. Mr. Liu, do you think what I said makes sense? Clap, clap, clap. Mr. Liu excitedly clapped his hands and said, Xiaohua's words make a lot of sense. This is also what I wanted to say. But I didn't expect Xiaohua to see it so clearly. Good, it's better to travel 10,000 miles than to read 10,000 books. It's really not wrong. Zhong Xiaohua was very modest and said, Mr. Liu is too polite. This little one has seen too many such precedents in the Jianghu. That's why this little one spoke out. It's just that this little one has seen too many such precedents in the Jianghu. Mr. Liu smiled and said, Xiaohua, you don't have to be so polite. You don't have to be modest. That year when you followed Xiaolong to Bali village to fetch the bride, I could see that you were extraordinary. Now it seems that my eyesight was really not wrong. Oh right, do you still remember the bow you pulled in front of my house? Zhong Xiaohua nodded and said, Of course I remember. That was the first time I pulled the bow and shot an arrow. How could I forget? Mr. Liu said, That bow is very famous. Hey! Zhong Xiaohua was stunned and said, I don't know about this. Please teach me, Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu said, That year when I knew that your big brother's arm was injured, I specially got someone to borrow a soft bow from the village's hunter. But it was just for the occasion. Those 3 arrows were easily shot away by you. At that time, no one paid attention to it. They also knew some of my arrangements. But after a few days, the hunter came back from hunting outside the mountains and apologized to me, saying that he had spoiled my happy occasion. This made me very surprised. Only then did I know that he had taken the wrong bow. Not only was it not a soft bow, but it was the hunter's ancestral 5-pickle strong bow. He had not pulled it out for many years. Xiaohua, that's right. I knew that you were not a person of the small pond. So when you wanted to go to Pingyang City to see the world, I was also very supportive of it. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, so it's like this. I was saying that after shooting 3 arrows with that bow, all the strength in my body was gone. That's the secret. At this time, Li Jinfeng asked, Xiaohua, at that time you were only 11 or 12 years old, but your strength was already extraordinary. Oh right, I think I heard you say that you lifted a 500 jin stone weight at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, when did I tell you that? I don't remember. Li Jinfeng scratched his head and said, maybe it was Shangguan Yun, maybe it was Yulun. After a long time, I have long forgotten. That's because I only wanted to enter that Lotus Flower Escort Agency. Who would still remember how heavy the stone weight was? It was also 500 jin. Li Jinfeng was not satisfied and said, that was 5 or 6 years ago. You have practiced martial arts for such a long time, how much strength do you have now? Is it 1,000 jin? Zhong Xiaohua was about to shake his head and deny it, but when he saw his mother and father's proud eyes, and old manager Li's surprised gaze, he immediately denied his previous thoughts. He knew that although old manager Li was grateful and would not reveal Jen Er's abnormality, he was after all an outsider. He still did not dare to believe it. Listening to his mother and father's words, they wanted him to stay in the Guozhuang house from now on and never leave. But even if he would be free, what about his second brother, Zhong Xiaohu? If he really needed to save him, then wouldn't he have lost the opportunity? Therefore, taking this opportunity to establish his prestige and let the elders see his strength was not necessarily a bad thing. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and Zhong Xiaohua liked to do it. 1,000 jin? Zhong Xiaohua said loudly, it's still a bit light. What? Not only was Li Jinfeng surprised, but Zhong Xiaolong and Liu Kai also had their mouths wide open. Is it 1,500 jin? Liu Kai gave a number. Zhong Xiaohua shook his head. 2,000 jin? Li Yinfeng also said in surprise. Zhong Xiaohua still shook his head. Xiaohua, don't scare us. Is it 3,000 jin? Zhong Xiaolong finally could not help but say an unbelievable number. Yes, what kind of concept was 3,000 jin? They themselves did not know. They only knew that 5 jin of pork was very heavy. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua still shaking his head, the 3 elders could not take it anymore and asked, 5,000 jin? 8,000 jin? 10,000 jin? When Zhong Cai said the last word, he already had a smile on his face. It was not a smile of pride, but a smile of ridicule. In his opinion, his son was probably joking. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with a smile, Zhong Xiaohua also smiled. His strength was not easy to describe purely from numbers. He thought for a moment, turned his head and looked at the long sword in the corner. He got up and took it, gently putting it on the ground and said, this is my weapon. You will know my strength when you try it. Oh! Li Jinfeng's eyes were sharp. He laughed and said, isn't this what the 4 odd beasts were carrying yesterday? Animals can carry it, so its weight must be limited. 100 jin should be enough. This is not commensurate with your strength. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and did not speak. Li Jinfeng did not go up himself. He knew his own weight, so he looked at Zhong Xiaolong to test his strength. Zhong Xiaolong felt funny. Xiaohua was obviously joking. How could this stone-like thing be a weapon? Even if it was heavy, it was only a few dozen jin. He could definitely carry it. Zhong Xiaolong got up and walked to the sword. He bent down and grabbed the hilt with one hand. He exerted his strength, but it did not move at all. Zhong Xiaolong frowned and then grabbed both sides of the sword with both hands. He exerted his strength at the same time, but it still did not move at all. Zhong Xiaolong got up, clapped his hands and laughed. "Oh, it is really heavy. I used all my strength, but I can't move it at all. Xiaohua, you are really powerful." This time, everyone knew that the two brothers were acting. Liu Kai also laughed and said, "Xiaohua is so powerful. I also want to try." Liu Kai also did the same as Zhong Xiaolong. He did not move at all. He got up and praised Zhong Xiaohua with a smile. Li Jinfeng could not sit still anymore. He also did the same. Then, with a strange expression, he also praised without restraint like the previous two. Now, even Li Yinfeng could not sit still anymore. She wanted to go up and try. Guo Sufei advised, "Yinfeng, don't learn from them. They are all playing with you. Can't you see?" Zhong Cai also laughed and said, "Yes, Yinfeng. Sit here. If you don't go up, you see who else they are going to trick. Anyway, I am not going up to try." Ha ha ha. Mr. Liu and old manager Li also laughed. At the same time, they said, "We have eaten more salt than you have rice. Can't we see what you are up to?" After the three of them finished laughing, the younger generation also laughed. They really did not expect that the old men's hearts were not old. They actually played this trick on them. Li Jinfeng laughed until tears were coming out of his eyes. He said breathlessly, "Little sister, father, we really can't move at all." What? This time, it was the four old men's turn to look at each other. So it was not a joke. Zhong Cai couldn't sit still any longer. That was because Mr. Liu was a frail scholar, and old manager Li often used an abacus. Only he still had some strength, especially after drinking spring water for so many years. He still felt very good about himself. Zhong Cai walked to the side of the long sword and carefully sized it up. He directly used both hands to hold it. He did not dare to use the strength of his whole body. If it was really not heavy, wouldn't he fall down? Let the younger generation laugh at him. Zhong Cai used 20% of his strength. That stone stick did not move an inch. Zhong Cai used 50% of his strength. That stone stick still did not move. Until the end, Zhong Cai used all his strength. That stone stick still did not move. Chapter 382. Zhong Cai clapped his hands. Just like Li Jinfeng, he smiled and said, "Xiaohua, you are really naughty. You want us to carry such a heavy thing. Who can lift it?" Looking at Zhong Cai's appearance, if Mr. Liu and old shopkeeper Li didn't know Zhong Cai very well, they might have thought that he was lying to them. Guo Sufei asked doubtfully, "Xiaohua, how heavy is this small thing? No one can lift it at all." Zhong Xiaohua walked in front and picked it up with one hand. She waved it lightly and said, "Mother, to be honest, I don't know how heavy it is. After all, I haven't seen such a heavy thing." Oh tilde, everyone suddenly understood. What she said was true. Who had nothing better to do? What's the use of weighing so many things? Seeing this, Zhong Xiaolong's eyes lit up and said, "Xiaohua, it's great that you're back. You're so strong. In the future, we won't need cows to plow the fields anymore." Bang! Zhong Xiaohua fell to the ground. After a while, she got up and said, "Big brother, you can't do this. You can't let me do anything. Plow the fields for cows. You're wasting resources. Then, go help people dig wells. Your strength is equivalent to 10 people. Zhong Xiaolong was very economical. After everyone chatted for a while, Guo Sufei and Li Yinfeng went to the small courtyard next door and told Liu Qian the names of the 3 babies. Liu Qian was very happy when she heard it. Needless to say, the names and courtesy names were carefully chosen by the elders. She had some experience with Zhong Xiaohua's miracle. Everyone knew that she was pregnant for 10 months, but she was pregnant for 5 years before she gave birth. Zhong Xiaohua already knew about this situation 5 years ago. Moreover, Zhong Xiaohua even gave her a small stone. When the stone turned into powder, her son was born. Could it be explained with the word coincidence? Today, Zhong Xiaohua actually gave her son a pet name. It was exactly what she wanted. The name Bai Ren was really extraordinary. How could Liu Qian not be happy? She picked up her son who was sleeping soundly next to her. Zhong Jian, Zhong Yuyu, and Zhong Bai Ren called him one by one. Hearing this, the child opened his eyes in a daze and babbled nonsense. Li Jinfeng's family of 3 went to Guozhuang House to pay a New Year's greeting to the Zhong family because of the new year. Liu Kai and his wife came together because Li Yinfeng went back to her parents' home. Anyway, they had to come. As soon as the 2 groups of people arrived at Guozhuang House, they encountered Liu Qian giving birth, so they stayed to help. Now the child was born smoothly and the New Year's greeting was over. Li Jinfeng's family of 3 naturally had to go back to Lu Town. However, Zhong Cai was happy and said, "Brother, if you're not busy with the affairs in town, you can go back later. It won't be too late to leave after the 15th day of the first lunar month. Anyway, Guozhuang House has a place to stay." Shopkeeper Li's business in Lu Town had been doing well in recent years. He thought that there would be nothing to do during the new year. So, after a little hesitation, he agreed to Zhong Cai's suggestion. In fact, if Zhong Xiaohua didn't come back, shopkeeper Li might not have hesitated. She had just given birth and was very busy. Wouldn't it be troublesome if his family stayed here? Although he didn't know exactly what kind of person Zhong Xiaohua was now, 5 years ago, she could go into the tiger's den and come out unscathed. 5 years later, Zhong Xiaohua must be even more incredible. Mr. Liu and Zhong Cai didn't hang around in Lu Town, so they didn't have much impression of the outside world. Shopkeeper Li knew what kind of person Zhong Xiaohua would be if she was in Lu Town. Moreover, according to Zhong Cai and Guo Sufei's meaning, his youngest son wouldn't be allowed to travel far in the future. Since he couldn't travel far, where could he go? He couldn't really farm in the Guozhuang House, so Zhong Xiaohua's only choice was Lu Town. Therefore, shopkeeper Li's little abacus was very clear. As long as he had a good relationship with Zhong Xiaohua, his family should be able to do whatever they wanted in Lu Town in the future. Therefore, Zhong Cai's politeness at this time was like handing a pillow to a thirsty person. Shopkeeper Li hesitated for a moment and immediately accepted it. Liu Kai and Li Yinfeng didn't need to be mentioned. They directly lived in Mr. Liu's house. On one hand, they served their father, and on the other hand, they took care of their sister. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was the 15th day of the first lunar month. In the past few days, Zhong Xiaohua didn't go anywhere. She just wandered around the Guozhuang House, paying New Year's greetings here and sending gifts there. It was true that this farmer's house was simple, but it wasn't necessarily pure. In the past, Guo Sufei was the only girl in the Guozhuang House, and she was bullied both openly and secretly. Zhong Cai married into the family and gave birth to 3 fat boys. In the eyes of the farmers, they were 3 strong men. Therefore, there were fewer bullies. However, just when the family's life was getting better, Zhong Xiaohua and Zhong Xiaohu disappeared. At first, people thought that they had gone to other places to live and maybe they would be successful in the future. Well, when Zhong Xiaohua and Zhong Xiaohu came back for the first time, people in the Guozhuang House envied them for a while. Many people had never seen such a tall red horse before. However, the 2 left in a hurry and didn't come back for many years. Therefore, many rumors spread. Li Yinfeng's arrival indirectly made the idlers in the Guozhuang House a little apprehensive. But later, Li Yinfeng married Liu Kai. Although the Zhong family kept their mouths shut, this fact couldn't be covered up. In addition, Guo Sufei fell ill twice. How could the people in the Guozhuang House not know that something had happened to the Zhong family? In addition, Zhong Xiaohu and Zhong Xiaohua had brought home 3,000 to 4,000 taels of silver. Although they did not spend extravagantly, it was still needed to improve their lives. The original small courtyard was renovated, and a new courtyard was built next to it. The idle men in the village were jealous, and rumors began to spread. Some said that the money was exchanged with the lives of the 2 sons, some said that the 2 sons had committed robbery, and some said that the rumors were unpleasant to hear. Fortunately, the Zhong family had always had a good reputation in the village, and many people leaned towards the former. The eyes of the people were really sharp. This rumor was really infinitely close to the truth. The Zhong family couldn't deny it. In fact, there was nothing to explain. In particular, due to Granny Li's adding fuel to the fire, there were already some rumors about Zhong Jian's birth. Although Zhong Xiaohua was just 18 years old, he had licked the blood of blades in the Jianghu. He had a good understanding of the human heart. The evolution of the way of heaven had given him endless training, and he had already clearly seen the undercurrents behind the simple farmers. Therefore, during this period of time, he had spent a lot of time hanging out with the idlers in the Guozhuang house. From time to time, he would show off his Jianghu experience, talk about the bloodshed of revenge, and when he was full of enthusiasm, he would pick up a stone or millstone with one hand to show off his strength. Even some young men who had learned a thing or two came forward to show off a few times, but Zhong Xiaohua didn't hesitate to send them flying with a kick. At most, there were about a dozen of them, and they all surrounded and attacked Zhong Xiaohua as if they were joking. Zhong Xiaohua didn't hold back at all. He didn't even use his hands, and with less than a minute of kung fu, he knocked them down one by one. This time, the crowd closed their mouths, and there was only fear and admiration in their eyes. Zhong Xiaohua was very satisfied with this result. He clapped his hands and left. Zhong Xiaohua went to Zhong Jian's place every day. He didn't tell anyone about Zhong Jian's extraordinariness, including Liu Qian. However, in these few days, he didn't see any special differences between him and other children. For example, he could talk and walk when he was born. Instead, he went to sleep every day after drinking milk. He didn't look like he was worrying at all. Yes, he didn't look like he was sleeping soundly while clutching the two ugly little stones. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua was slightly relieved. There was no one in the family who was particularly strong. If Zhong Jian stood out too much, it was inevitable that there would be trouble. Keeping a low profile was the way to go. As for his little nephew's future, Zhong Xiaohua wasn't worried at all. What a joke. The omen was so strong. If he didn't have a bright future, it must be God who was blind. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, old shopkeeper Li and his family decided to go back to Lu Town. In these few days, old shopkeeper Li tried to persuade Li Jinfeng to hang out more with Zhong Xiaohua. However, Li Jinfeng didn't care. Zhong Xiaohua was indeed powerful, but wasn't he his student who initiated him? Old shopkeeper Li opened his heart to him and became friends with him. There was really no need to flatter him deliberately. Li Jinfeng originally wanted to get information about Qiu Tong from Zhong Xiaohua. Now, Li Jinfeng would rather not ask than look for Zhong Xiaohua. This surprised Zhong Xiaohua for a while. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, Lu Town had festive lanterns. Guozhuang House also had this custom. However, it wasn't as lively as Lu Town. Old shopkeeper Li naturally invited the Zhong family to Lu Town to take a look. After giving birth, Liu Qian recovered very well. She could walk a few days ago. She didn't look as weak as Zhong Xiaohua imagined. However, she couldn't leave the courtyard until she was 1 month old. Guo Sufei and Zhong Xiaolong had to stay at home to take care of Xiao Jian. Only Zhong Cai and Zhong Xiaohua were left in the Zhong family. Zhong Cai didn't want to go. However, when he thought that Xiaohua had been hanging out with the young people in the village for the past few days, he thought that he couldn't bear the loneliness. Therefore, he wanted to bring him to Lu Town to take a look. Since he was willing to go, Zhong Xiaohua naturally accompanied him. Mr. Liu's family was a leisurely trio. They could leave at any time. Therefore, the group of people came to Lu Town. The last time they came to Lu Town was 5 years ago. The Li family was in ruins, but it had been rebuilt. It was not inferior to before. Old shopkeeper Li held a banquet at home to entertain the Zhong and Liu families. When shopkeeper Yu of the Jade Shop heard the news, he prepared gifts early and brought his daughter and son-in-law to thank them. Fortunately, the Li family was now well off. The central room was very spacious, so it could accommodate so many people. The banquet was very enjoyable until night fell. Before the sky turned dark, the sound of gongs and drums could be heard outside. Firecrackers and the like were also going off non-stop. Although Four Trees was not the most prosperous place in Lu Town, it was still a hubbub of voices and unusually lively. Chapter 383. Guozhuang House and Balagu were both in the countryside. Ever since Li Yinfeng married into Balagu, she had not seen such a lively 15th day of the first lunar month for several years. When she heard the sound of gongs and drums on the street, she could not sit still. It seemed that she was even more anxious to go out than Zhong Xiaohua. On the contrary, the 18-year-old Zhong Xiaohua was very well behaved and sat down with a smile. Nonsense, his divine sense had already been sent out. Of course, he did not need to be so anxious. But he sat so steadily that it unconsciously made everyone present think highly of him. Of course, look at this child. He really seemed to have lived in a big town. This calmness was not something that ordinary people could compare with. Seeing that it was almost time, everyone was full. Old shopkeeper Li got up and, together with shopkeeper Yu, led everyone to the street. They followed the flow of people and admired the lanterns on both sides of the street. The 15th day of the first lunar month was the day of the full moon. High in the sky, a bright moon hung there. Many shops on both sides of the street hung up homemade lanterns. There were also hawkers who set up stalls to sell lanterns. In the flow of people, there were old and young. All of them had lanterns in their hands. They walked and looked and chatted. Not long after Zhong Xiaohua and the others left the Li family, they came across a stall selling lanterns. Shopkeeper Yu waved his hand and everyone bought one. Even Zhong Cai accepted it gladly. He carried a medium-sized lantern in his hand. Zhong Xiaohua was very surprised when she saw this. In her impression, her father was a somewhat old-fashioned person. She had never seen him carry such things for children. But then she saw old shopkeeper Yu and old shopkeeper Li also carrying a lantern with a smile. She laughed in her heart. It turns out that there is innocence in everyone's heart. There were many people on the street, but they were also divided into groups. Li Jinfeng, Liu Kai, and the son-in-law of the Yu family, Zhong Xiaohua, walked together. Li Jinfeng knew that Zhong Xiaohua was unfamiliar with these things, so he pointed here and there and introduced them to him in detail. Li Yinfeng and Yu Bihe were together, holding exquisite lanterns in their hands. It was unknown what they were whispering to each other, but they were also covering their mouths and laughing. The four old people walked at the back. They were a little slow, but they were also chatting happily and nodding their heads frequently. After walking through a few streets, the flow of people increased. It was as if they had been cooped up at home for an entire year and only came out now to get some fresh air. In front of them, the sound of gongs and drums could be heard. Waves of cheers could be heard. Li Jinfeng explained with a smile, "In front of us is a big square in the west of the city. Most of the temple fairs during the new year are held here. Presumably, there is a lion and dragon dance performance now, which is why it attracted so many cheers." When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. He had an affinity with this square in Lu Town. The first time he saw Liu Qian being molested in the square with his father and two brothers, he stood up for justice and helped Zhong Xiaolong win the beauty. 5 years ago, he and his second brother came across a Jianghu man who was selling medicine in the square and was bullied. He also stood up for justice and got something similar to a pill formula. He also broke one of the bully's legs. He didn't know what strange things he would encounter today. Unfortunately, when he turned the corner of the street, he saw a group of bright lights and a lively scene in front of him. Everyone's face was filled with a happy smile. There was nothing unusual about it. In the middle of the square, 2 dragon dance teams were holding wooden poles. Each of them danced with 2 long dragon-shaped lanterns. They were having a hearty battle. When Zhong Xiaohua saw the dragon shape, she couldn't help but feel moved. On the 9th day of the first month, the dragon shape formed by the heaven and earth essence chi that she saw in her divine sense was similar to this dragon lantern. Presumably, this dragon-shaped essence chi didn't appear just now. It was estimated that 10,000 years ago, when the immortal Tao was at its peak, it also appeared from time to time. This was why the immortal cultivators saw it. He didn't know how it spread to the mortal world. But why wasn't there a phoenix lantern? However, immediately Zhong Xiaohua had an answer. Dragon dance. Wasn't it because of the dragon's long body that everyone felt lively when they cooperated? If it was a phoenix dance, only one person would take it. How would it be fun to dance? Moreover, the dragon's head was difficult to tie. If it was a phoenix, the whole body was difficult to tie. It was also inconvenient to do it. It should be so. Ha ha ha. Zhong Xiaohua was quite proud of her cleverness. Around the dragon dance team, there were more than 10 lion dance teams. They were all sweating profusely. Not only Zhong Xiaohua was happy to see this, but the others also kept applauding. Zhong Xiaohua was also pitiful. Before he went to Pingyang City, he was 12 years old. During these 12 years, he only had the opportunity to come to Lu Town during the New Year, and it was always during the day. He had never experienced the scenery of Lu Town at night. He used to think that the people in Lu Town were like the Guozhuang house, who would turn off the lights and go to sleep when the sky turned dark. Even on the 15th and 16th of the first month, he just took Xiaohua's lantern for a stroll in the village. Until today, he realized that the nightlife of the people in this town was really rich and colorful. After a while, the number of people in the square gradually increased. Zhong Xiaohua and the others were slowly squeezed to a corner of the square. However, even if they were not in the center, it was still lively here. Just as they were enjoying the show, a woman suddenly stumbled out from an alley next to the square. She cried and shouted, my child's father, where are you? My child has been snatched away." She shouted and searched all the way. At this moment, a person blocked her and shouted, "Wunyang, what happened to your Zizi?" Wunyang cried and shouted, "Second uncle, just now, Zizi and I were making lanterns in the courtyard." Suddenly, a masked black shadow fell from the sky, grabbed Zizi, and then jumped onto the roof and disappeared. "Tell me, how can I live like this?" The person pointed in a direction and said, "I think I saw Brother Liu over there just now. You go and look for him." Sigh. Wunyang grabbed his hand as if she was asking for help. She had long forgotten her scruples and said, "Second uncle, can I trouble you to go to the government and ask them to send someone over?" The person said firmly, "Don't worry, Wunyang, I'll go now. However, you have to be mentally prepared. During the new year, the government is the most lax. Moreover, according to what you said, that person is a high-ranking person. How would the government dare to interfere?" Wunyang cried even more miserably and said, Then, I really can't live anymore." After saying that, she stumbled in that direction again. The person called second uncle also sighed and said, "This world." He touched his money pouch, separated the crowd, and went straight to the government. At this moment, a familiar person next to him said, "Sigh, poor Zizi. I just saw her at the corner of the street this morning. She's a very cute little girl." The person next to him also said in surprise, "Don't you think it's strange? Why would someone be interested in a girl from an ordinary family? If he wants to kidnap someone, he should kidnap a beauty, right?" "Yes," second aunt said that it's obviously a master in the martial arts world. "Wouldn't it be better if he came at night? Why did he have to kidnap her now? What time is it now?" Another person said, "Don't underestimate this girl. When I met her this morning, second aunt was taking her for a divination. The blind fortune teller said that this girl's ghost fate is on the 7th day of the 7th month. It's the most gloomy. If she can be used properly and find a good husband, she will bring good fortune to her husband's family." TSK, could it be that the martial arts master in the martial arts world eavesdropped on it and was itching to kidnap her before the sky turned dark? "Cripple, you're just talking nonsense. Zizi is just a 7-year-old child. Hihi, I'm just saying. Maybe the martial arts master is interested in this." These words were getting more and more unpleasant. Sigh. Zhong Xiaohua sighed. Human nature was really unpredictable. He turned to the side and saw several pairs of eyes staring at him. Zhong Xiaohua was stunned. She reached out and rubbed her face left and right. Puzzled, she said, "Father, there's no dust on my face, right?" Zhong Cai said, "No. Even if there is, it's so dark. How can I see?" "Then why are you looking at me?" Zhong Xiaohua was very puzzled. Zhong Cai frowned. He looked around and whispered, Xiaohua, didn't you hear about what happened to Zizi just now? Don't you have anything to say? Zhong Xiaohua said, of course, I have extreme sympathy. If her mother was born a few hours later, perhaps there wouldn't be such a tragedy. Zhong Cai pointed at Zhong Xiaohua angrily. He didn't know what to say. He lowered his voice and said, didn't you learn martial arts? Seeing her child go missing, as a mother, she doesn't want to live anymore. Don't you have any intention of helping her? In fact, when the second mother said that her daughter had been taken away, Zhong Xiaohua had already released his divine sense. He had already seen the black-clothed man with the little girl under his armpit. However, there were many people in the square now. The black-clothed man's qinggong didn't seem to be very good. Zhong Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry to chase after him. He only wanted to find an opportunity to relieve himself or play some sort of squeezing before going to rescue the girl. But now that his father had pointed it out in front of him, he was in a bit of a dilemma. Actually, it wasn't really a dilemma. Zhong Xiaohua just wanted to stand out in a low-key manner. But these people in front of him, who didn't know that he was an expert. If not for this, Zhong Cai wouldn't have pointed at him and scolded him. Thus, Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, Father, don't be angry. Your good son will go now. What do you think? Go where? The cucumbers are already cold. What's the use of you going now? Zhong Cai looked at this unfilial son and was still fuming. Zhong Xiaohua touched his nose and was a bit speechless. What was wrong with his father? It was said that the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. But this power didn't belong to his father. When did his sense of responsibility become so inflated? Seeing that there weren't many people around, Zhong Xiaohua whispered to Liu Kai, Brother Kai, pay attention to protect my father. Don't let anything happen to him. I'll be back soon. Liu Kai's face was nervous and said, Xiaohua, where are you going? Giving such a difficult task to me, I feel burdened in my heart. Zhong Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said, I'm going to the side alley to relieve myself. Sigh, everyone collapse. Chapter 384. Zhong Xiaohua slowly walked into the dark alley. Looking around, he really looked like a young man who was secretly urinating. However, when he reached the darkness, he twisted his body as usual and suddenly disappeared. The quiet alley seemed as if no one had ever been there. After Zhong Xiaohua's figure appeared in another place, he didn't waste any time and leaped onto the roof. His feet didn't touch the ground as he chased after a certain place. Yes, it was indeed a roof that didn't touch the ground. Zhong Xiaohua's divine sense was indeed useful. However, there was also a drawback. It was like a person standing at a very high place overlooking Lu Town. Everything was in his eyes, but everything was clear and there was no distinction of importance. Just like just now, when Zhong Xiaohua heard Wu Niang's narration, he released his divine sense to search. However, Lu Town was so big. Although Zhong Xiaohua's divine sense could barely cover it, if the black figure didn't leave hurriedly on the roof, he might not be able to track him down. At this time, after a delay, the black figure had gone far away. It seemed that he had escaped the range of Zhong Xiaohua's divine sense. Zhong Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. A 7-year-old girl was at the age of flower buds. If something happened to her, her life would be over. Zhong Xiaohua chased after the black figure with all his might. At the same time, he carefully recalled the records of the divine sense in the Carefree Heart Sutra. He wanted to find the technique of using the divine sense in order to overcome the shortcoming of using the divine sense crudely. Half a cup of tea's time passed. Zhong Xiaohua didn't find the answer he was looking for from the Carefree Heart Sutra. This Carefree Heart Sutra was just a basic cultivation method. It only talked about the methods of drawing qi into the body and refining qi. For other magical powers, it only explained the things to pay attention to, but there wasn't the slightest bit of technique to use. Presumably, there wasn't a unified standard for the use of the divine sense. Perhaps each family had their own secret method, so this sutra didn't have any records. While Zhong Xiaohua was pondering, A black shadow jumped out from another place in her divine sense. It was also holding a black object under its armpit and running in another direction. Zhong Xiaohua was startled, but she immediately understood. No wonder she couldn't find him after chasing him all the way. She thought she had made a mistake and didn't see that the black-clothed man's qigong was extremely brilliant. It turned out that this guy actually had some foresight. He first hid for a moment, then changed directions to avoid being tracked. Fortunately, this bastard's patience was not enough. If he had waited for her to chase him out of the city before he came out, she would have suffered unspeakable hardships and lost face in front of her father for nothing. Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua was a little angry. She didn't do anything in the air, but she immediately changed direction and floated towards that guy like a ghost. Maybe it was because Zhong Xiaohua was extremely afraid of death, or maybe it was because Zhong Xiaohua was extremely talented in qigong. In short, his levitation technique and escape technique would rapidly improve after a period of time. Under his deliberate use, in the night, his figure actually showed signs of blurring. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was as fast as the wind. Although the black-clothed man was very careful and tried his best to escape, Zhong Xiaohua also didn't have the intention of letting a long line to catch a big fish. So, in the next moment, she had already caught up to that guy's back. Thinking that Zhong Xiaohua was using levitation technique, the tip of her feet basically didn't stop on the roof to borrow strength. Therefore, although that black-clothed man pricked up his ears, he didn't hear any strange movements. It wasn't until the last moment when Zhong Xiaohua approached that the black-clothed man seemed to have a warning in his heart and suddenly wanted to turn around. How could Zhong Xiaohua let him see her face? She stretched out her left hand and grabbed the back of that guy's neck as if she was pinching a chicken. According to Zhong Xiaohua's previous thinking, as long as her left hand exerted a little force, this guy's neck would be broken. But just as Zhong Xiaohua was about to exert more force, she didn't know why she suddenly thought of the little kitten lying under the carriage on the snow with its forelegs twitching. Zhong Xiaohua sighed in her heart, I don't know where this black-clothed man came from. I also don't know if his hands are stained with blood. Ari, forget it, let's just let the authorities scratch their heads. There's no need for me to think about this nonsense. Therefore, when Zhong Xiaohua slightly reduced the force in her hand, the black-clothed man immediately fainted. Zhong Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and immediately stretched out her right hand to catch the thing that was about to fall from the black-clothed man's armpit. It was a burlap sack. Zhong Xiaohua looked around and chose an empty platform. Landing, she caught the bright moonlight and opened the burlap sack, revealing a delicate and pretty little girl. Her eyes were tightly closed and her breathing was even. The black-clothed man must have fed her some medicine or sealed her acupoints. Zhong Xiaohua frowned slightly. Sealing acupoints was a martial arts technique. He had only been sealed before and had never practiced it. Therefore, he didn't dare to act rashly. If he was fed medicine, he would be helpless. Thinking about it, it was better to leave these things to the experts. He just needed to send the child back safely. Finished thinking, Zhong Xiaohua carried one in each hand and was about to be sensible. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. This black-clothed man did such a repulsive thing in the middle of the night. He must not be a good person. Even if I don't know if he should be killed, I can't let him go so easily. If I hand him over to the authorities, with the corruption of the authorities, they will definitely fine him and let him go. That would really be letting him off easy. Not knowing why, Zhong Xiaohua suddenly thought of the Misty School's disciple who had his dantian destroyed and his martial arts crippled. I don't have internal energy, but don't I have true qi? Even though I haven't trained my lower dantian, I know the location of my lower dantian. Either way, I'll use this bastard to practice. It can be considered as making good use of trash. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and put down the gunny sack. He stretched out his index finger and pointed at the location of the black-clothed man's lower dantian. Just as his finger touched the skin, a stream of true qi entered his body and directly pierced his dantian. The black-clothed man's internal energy that he had painstakingly cultivated immediately dissipated in his body following the destruction of his dantian. Zhong Xiaohua was not in a hurry to withdraw his true qi. Instead, after the black-clothed man's dantian was destroyed, his true qi circled around his dantian for a while and then wandered through his meridians for a while before withdrawing it back into his body. Zhong Xiaohua sat under the moonlight and used his finger to scratch his chin. He thought to himself, the lower dantian is where the internal energy of martial arts is stored. It is like a warehouse. As long as the walls are pushed down, the internal energy inside will run out. Because the warehouse is destroyed, no matter how much one cultivates, they will not be able to accumulate internal energy. Therefore, their martial arts will be crippled. The meridians of the immortal path and martial arts are interlinked. It's just that the true qi is different. One is heaven and earth yuan qi, while the other is self-cultivated internal energy. Sai, the person who created the martial arts, was really a talented person. He could even think of such an unimaginable method. It's a pity that the immortal path is not only about drawing true qi into the body, but also tempering the meridians. Even my own middle dantian has long been tempered to the point where it is like an impenetrable fortress. How could it be so easily broken by someone using true qi? Moreover, because martial arts cannot temper the meridians, the talent of the martial arts practitioner is the most important. This talent is not only about comprehension, but more importantly, the width of the meridians in the body. If the same level of comprehension is used, the wider the meridians and the larger the dantian will definitely have a brighter future. This can't be compared to the cultivation methods of the immortal path, which can continuously temper and widen the meridians. There is unlimited room for improvement. In fact, Zhong Xiaohua still somewhat underestimated the martial arts. No matter what, the martial arts were also based on the immortal path. How could the creator of the martial arts not understand the principles within? It's just that the cultivation methods of the martial arts were also divided according to the creator. Moreover, because the martial arts had existed for tens of thousands of years, a profound internal strength cultivation method would also have various branches. Each branch would have a unique aspect. Therefore, in Zhong Xiaohua's era, high-level cultivation methods that could temper the meridians were actually rare. However, it was not like what Zhong Xiaohua thought, that the cultivation methods of the martial arts simply did not have the effect of tempering the meridians. After understanding the principle of breaking the dantian and abolishing the cultivation of internal strength, Zhong Xiaohua also laughed. The person who could think of such a vicious method was also a genius. If the dantian was broken by the internal strength, there would be no chance to repair it. It was really killing without spilling blood. It was even more sinister than using a small sword to cut the throat. After thinking about it, Zhong Xiaohua looked at the sky. It was already late. Presumably, her father and the others were also waiting anxiously. Then, she picked up the sack and used the levitation technique to run to the place where she came from. Not long after, she had already arrived at the corner of the square. At this time, the gongs and drums in the square were still playing. The dragon and lion dance had not stopped. She saw that outside the small alley that Fifth Mother ran out from just now, there was still a group of people standing. Among them, there were two Yamen runners who were holding two lanterns in their hands. They had an impatient expression as they listened to Fifth Mother's crying and complaining. Beside Fifth Mother, there was a rather down-and-out middle-aged scholar. He squatted there, hugging his head and sighing from time to time. Sometimes, he even slapped his own mouth and muttered something. As for her father and the others, they were also standing at the side, watching from afar. They were still looking around, as if they were looking for her traces. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua exerted force with her left hand and threw the black-clothed man in front of them. Then, her right hand was not idle. Following the black-clothed man's position, she also gently threw the sack over. The two Yamen runners were listening impatiently. Suddenly, their vision turned black. A black object fell in front of their eyes with a pa sound. Then, another black object followed and fell right on top of the previous object. When they looked carefully, there was an open sack on top, and a masked black-clothed man was below it. The expressions of the two Yamen runners changed greatly. They immediately threw the lanterns to the side, shook their hands and pulled out the padao from their waists. They shouted loudly, "Who? Who?" It was fine if they did not shout. Once they shouted, it was obvious that they were timid. "Please collect, please tip, thank you." Chapter 385. The two Yamen runners took out their swords and pretended to scold around. Where was the shadow of a person to be seen? However, Fifth Mother did not care about their show. She just stared at the black-clothed man on the ground. Then, she turned her gaze to the open gunny sack. Her eyes were filled with surprise. She ran over quickly and opened the gunny sack with a few hands, revealing the little girl who was unconscious with her eyes closed. The woman shouted loudly, "Father of the child, come quickly. It's our Zizi. She has been rescued." The middle-aged scholar who was squatting on the ground and regretting slapping his face immediately stood up and wanted to go over there. Perhaps because he had squatted for a long time, his legs were numb. After taking a few steps, his legs went soft and he fell to the ground. However, the scholar hurriedly got up, as if he did not care about the mud on his body and face. He quickly walked over. When he saw his daughter, he smiled like a child and said, "Zizi, Zizi, it's really Zizi. God knows." After saying that, he stretched out his hand and wanted to touch the child's face. Only then did he realize that his hand was full of mud. He quickly wiped his hand on his clothes and then carefully stretched out his hand again. He was afraid that his hand would dirty the child's face, but he also wanted to personally verify the existence of the child with his hand. He could only gently touch the child's little face and brush the hair on her face before he retracted his hand with relief. Woonyang carried Zizi back from the gunny sack. The scholar saw the black-clothed man on the ground. Instantly, a fierce light appeared in his eyes. He raised his foot and stomped on the black-clothed man's body. He kept cursing as he stomped on the black-clothed man. When Zhong Cai and the others were watching, Zhong Xiaohua quietly walked over from behind. When they saw him coming over, everyone's faces showed a smile. Even Yu Biha's husband looked at him with stars in his eyes. It seemed that he had not recovered from the fact that there was really such a powerful person around him. Liu Kai smiled and said, "Xiaohua, you took quite a long time to urinate." Zhong Xiaohua shrugged and said, "Oh, I can't help it. Uncle Li is really enthusiastic. He let me drink so much wine. Young people digest well. As long as I go more often, please don't blame me." Zhong Cai laughed and scolded, "When did you learn to be so glib?" Zhong Xiaohua said, "Father, you've wronged the boy. The boy is very honest." Then, he looked in that direction and said, "Uncle Li, since the people from the government are already here, and the person who kidnapped the girl has also run back, let's go back quickly. It's already late, it's better to rest early." Zhong Cai also knew Zhong Xiaohua's problem, so he said, "Sigh, young people lack sleep. Brother Li, let's go. I've already seen the Lantern Festival. It's really eye-opening. If I have time next year, I'll have to ask you again." Old shopkeeper Li smiled even more brilliantly and said, of course, you're welcome to harass me, you're welcome to harass me." With that, everyone prepared to return home. However, at this moment, a new situation suddenly occurred. The scholar stepped on the man in black with all his strength, and the two Yamen runners howled for a long time but still couldn't see a shadow. They were about to put away their padao and come over to watch. In fact, the two of them were half happy and half worried. They were happy because they caught the thief effortlessly. Of course, it was a great merit. They were worried because this person was obviously from Jianghu and was definitely not someone they could afford to offend. It was like a hot potato that was forced into their hands. The black-clothed man had only fainted from Zhong Xiaohua's grip. After the fall and the scholar's ferocious assault, he slowly regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes and looked around, he did not quite understand what had just happened. However, what had just happened was not important. What was important was how to escape from here. In front of him, there were only two people who wanted to go forward but didn't dare to. The one who was trying to step on him was a weak scholar. The little girl was still unconscious, and there were only a group of men and women in plain clothes surrounding him. These people were just like ants in his eyes. Why would he care about them? The man in black understood his situation. He grabbed the scholar's foot and was about to throw him away with his strength. At this time, he found that he couldn't mobilize his genuine chi. Then, he checked his genuine chi and his face immediately turned pale. His inner strength was abolished. What should he do? Thinking of this, the man in black used all his strength to pull the scholar down. Then, he turned around and forcibly took the little girl from Wunyang's hands. He held her with his left hand, and then took out a dagger from his arms with his right hand and put it on the child's neck. He screamed, "Get out of the way, or I'll kill this child." When the two Yamen runners saw that the man in black had woken up, they were scared witless and immediately ran away. The surrounding people were also stunned and didn't know what to do. Wunyang rushed over from the side and begged while crying, "Hero, please kidnap me. Please put down the child, okay?" The man in black kicked Wunyang aside and scolded, "What's the use of keeping you? You're already an old noob." Zhong Xiaohua, who was about to leave in the distance, saw this and immediately put her hand into her arms. At this time, the scholar, who had just been pulled down by the man in black, took advantage of the moment when the man in black turned his attention to Wunyang and pounced on him desperately. One of his hands first grabbed the sharp blade of the dagger on the child's neck, and the other hand grabbed the man in black's wrist. Then, he stretched out his head and bit the man's hand that was holding the dagger. The man in black screamed in pain and raised his leg to kick the scholar's waist. However, even if the scholar was in pain, he still didn't let go. Blood immediately flowed from his hand that was holding the dagger and dripped on the child's fair neck. The man in black kept kicking, but the scholar seemed to be determined. He gritted his teeth and didn't let go. Immediately, blood also flowed from the man in black's hand. The man in black was even more nervous. He held the girl with one hand and used his other hand to snatch the dagger back. His other leg also kept kicking the scholar. Seeing that the scholar was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, the people who were watching by the side couldn't stand it anymore. Someone shouted, "Old and young men, this is our Lu Town's villagers. We must not let this bad guy hurt our child. Charge, trample him to death, let's see how arrogant he can be." As he shouted, a short and fat man led the crowd out and ran towards the man in black. Since there was a big brother leading the way, the others also rushed up like the wind. When the man in black saw this, his eyes revealed a look of horror. He didn't expect that the man in black, who usually looked like a yes-man and timid, would have a hot-blooded side. He quickly let go of his right hand and threw the girl aside. At this time, the scholar was also exhausted and could no longer hold on to the man's wrist. His hand loosened and the man in black broke free. The man in black no longer cared about anything else and hurriedly tried to find a way to escape. Unfortunately, he was already surrounded in the span of a few breaths. Seeing this scene, Zhong Xiaohua didn't take out her small sword. She knew that the man in black's internal strength had been destroyed and was about the same as an ordinary person. With so many villagers around, he might not be able to escape. When the man in black saw that the crowd had surrounded him, he waved the dagger in his hand up and down and said fiercely, "Whoever dares to come up, I'll take his life." After saying that, he walked in a direction. The people in front of him immediately hid outside in fear. It was okay to make a scene, but they couldn't hurt their own lives. When the man in black saw this, he was overjoyed. Just as he was about to rush out, he heard a person in front of him shout, "We can't let him escape. If he comes back to snatch girls in the future, what should we do? Come on, burn this evil man to death." After saying that, a lantern flew out of thin air and smashed onto the man in black. With a ting sound, the lantern was ignited and the man in black's clothes were immediately set ablaze. When the crowd saw this, their eyes lit up and the lanterns in their hands were thrown at the man. In an instant, countless lanterns gathered together and burned. The man in black immediately became a burning fireball. No matter how he swatted at the lanterns or even rolled on the ground, he couldn't extinguish the fire on his body. The man in black was burned until he screamed in pain. Even so, the burning lanterns were still thrown at him. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua completely took out her hand from her chest. She muttered, the ancients said, the most brilliant martial arts, in the vast sea of people's war, are also helpless. There is no need to deceive. Amidst the flames, the man in black gradually stopped howling, and his rolling body also stopped. Zhong Xiaohua looked at him and sighed, saying, "Let's go, Uncle Li. It's really late. If we don't leave now, I'm going to fall asleep here." The people by the side were also dumbstruck. They really didn't expect that the man in black would end up like this. He was burned alive. Even if they knew that the man in black was doing bad things, but seeing such a miserable state, they still couldn't bear to see it. Hearing Zhong Xiaohua's urging, they also suppressed the emotions in their eyes and walked out along the edge of the square. And the eyes of the commoners who were watching the man in black's burning body actually sparkled with excitement. On the way, Zhong Xiaohua and the others didn't speak. They only walked silently under Li Jinfeng's lead. Walking in the middle of the crowd, the two women's faces were also a little pale. Their eyes flickered, as if the scene just now had left a deep impression on them. When they returned to the Li family, no one had the slightest desire to sleep. Old shopkeeper Li set up a table in the hall and asked people to brew hot tea. Everyone drank a cup, only then did they warm up. They looked at each other with lingering fear. Li Jinfeng said, "It's really too shocking. I really didn't expect that it would end up like this." Everyone nodded. Only Zhong Xiaohua asked, "Brother Li, what did you think would end up like this?" Li Jinfeng was a little speechless, saying, "At first, I thought that the man in black would be taken away by the Yamen runners. But I didn't expect that when the man in black took out his dagger, the one who ran first was the one who shouldn't have run the least." Chapter 386. Yes, Li Jinfeng was speechless. The government that he had high hopes for had given him the most disappointing answer. What else could he say? But Li Jinfeng's lips were still trembling slightly. "But, to burn that person to death, it's really cruel," Liu Kai added. Seeing that the younger generation in the hall were all discussing, the four old men sitting at the head of the table were silent. Zhong Cai was a little better. Although he was older, he only lived in Guozhuang House. The hatred of the villagers was all in the open. Most of them were rumors and gossip. It was rare for someone to actually do something like this. He had also never seen so many people vent their anger on one person and burn him to death. For a moment, he was not used to it. Old shopkeeper Li and old shopkeeper Yu were not the same. They lived in Lu Town and had seen many petty thieves. In their business dealings, it was not uncommon to see despicable methods. Especially last time, when old shopkeeper Li's family was almost wiped out by the mountain bandits, his mentality had already changed slightly. Towards such Evilders, they were afraid that they would not be able to get rid of them completely. Old shopkeeper Yu was the same. Of course, even if the two of them wanted the black-clothed man to receive the punishment he deserved, they had never thought that it would end like this today. However, they had forgotten what this deserved punishment actually was. The two of them looked at Zhong Cai's expression and were about to speak when they heard Zhong Xiaohua cough and clear his throat, as if he wanted to speak. Thus, the two of them immediately looked at each other and then at Zhong Xiaohua. In fact, the young man in front of them was the main character of tonight. They knew very well that if Zhong Xiaohua did not use the excuse of going to the toilet to escape and capture the black-clothed man from afar, how could there be a family reunion and a follow-up story? However, since Zhong Xiaohua did not explicitly say that he was the one who captured the black-clothed man, even if they asked now, Zhong Xiaohua might not admit it. Everyone in the hall had the same thought, so when they heard Zhong Xiaohua cough, they immediately quieted down. They all looked at him with longing eyes, wanting to know what this expert wanted to say. Zhong Xiaohua cleared her throat and said, "Daddy, I'll sleep with you later. You don't have to worry about me after you put me on the kang." Clang, clang, clang. Some of them fell to the ground, and some of them dropped their teacups. No one had thought that Zhong Xiaohua would say something like that. Zhong Xiaohua looked innocently at the people who were shocked by her and said with a smile, "Actually, I know that everyone is shocked by the fate of the man in black tonight. But if you think about it carefully, You might be able to find a reasonable explanation. Xiaohua, don't talk nonsense. Everyone here is older than you. Who doesn't have as much experience as you? Who is it your turn to speak? If it was martial arts, Zhong Cai would not object. But when he saw that Zhong Xiaohua wanted to speak frankly, he felt that his son was exaggerating. Who in front of him wasn't a learned person? Only he and his son came from the countryside. If they didn't speak well, wouldn't they be laughed at? At this time, Mr. Liu, who had been silent for a long time, waved his hand and said, "Brother Zhong, age has always been the appearance. If we talk about experience, everyone may not have the experience that Xiaohua has. At such a young age, she entered the Jianghu that we have never entered. Now it has been 6 years. I think she must have a lot of feelings. Share it with us so that we won't be suspicious of her." Li Jinfeng also said with a smile, "Xiaohua, just say it. Uncle is just protecting you. I'm afraid you'll mess it up." Zhong Xiaohua looked at Zhong Cai and saw that he didn't have any expression. Then she said, "I'm just expressing my feelings. If it's not good, please add on. Actually, in the end, it's still human nature. Didn't you see when the black-clothed man just woke up? Everyone was so scared that they hid far away. Although the black-clothed man kidnapped Zai, no one went forward. Until Zai's father went forward as if he didn't care about his life, but the black-clothed man wasn't as powerful as they thought. He killed the man with a knife. Then, when the black-clothed man left Zai and wanted to rush out with a knife, everyone was afraid of implicating themselves, so they all moved aside. If you want to talk about power, it's still the leader. If he didn't stand up at that time, the black-clothed man would probably have run away. Would you have let him run away? Yu Bihe asked softly. Who knows? Anyway, it didn't happen. It's hard to say. Zhong Xiaohua looked at Yu Bihe and said in a mysterious tone. Yu Bihe's face was slightly red. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "I think that at that time, it was that person who threw the lantern at the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man actually didn't have the strength to fight back. When everyone saw how the black-clothed man was beaten up, they knew that they didn't have any qualms about their own safety. That's why they all surrounded him, wanting to experience the pleasure of bullying the strong. They all threw the lanterns in their hands. But the black-clothed man is a martial arts expert. Why didn't he have the strength to fight back?" Yu Bihe seemed to be a curious baby and continued to ask. "Haha, this is the punishment of the heavens," Zhong Xiaohua said decisively. Mr. Liu said thoughtfully, "If that's the case, Little Blossom, what you're saying is that everyone isn't acting bravely for a just cause and stepping forward bravely. Instead, they're using the attitude of a strong person to wreak havoc on the mentality of the weak." Zhong Xiaohua nodded and said, "That's right. Mr. Liu, it's because you can get the pleasure from bullying the powerless strong that you didn't have before. Or maybe it's because you were bullied by the strong in the past. Today, you treated the black-clothed man as an illusion and did such a shocking action. Of course, it's also because of Zai's experience that made people angry. That's why." As she said that, Zhong Xiaohua's voice became softer and softer. Then she sat there and didn't say anything else. Seeing that everyone in the hall had a serious expression, frowning and thinking while waiting for Zhong Xiaohua to speak, Zhong Cai awkwardly coughed and said, "That Xiaohua is a bit tired and has already fallen asleep. Let's stop here tonight." Cough, cough. At this time, Mr. Liu suddenly understood and said with a smile, "Hehe, 5 years ago, I saw Xiaohua sleeping soundly. Today, I saw it again. Liu Kai, you and Jin Feng, send Xiaohua to the guest room." The others who didn't know what was going on all sighed in their hearts. Strange people, no wonder they reserved a place to sleep before talking. Sure enough. However, Mr. Liu's arrangement was a waste. Zhong Xiaohua's body was very light. Although she was already 18 years old and taller than Liu Kai could carry her on his shoulder without any effort. Liu Kai wasn't too surprised. He had already heard Liu Qian muttering about it. Only Li Jinfeng was surprised when he heard it. He didn't think that his younger sister's husband had such a good physique. It seemed like his younger sister was blessed. It was already past midnight. Although everyone didn't feel sleepy, they still needed to rest. As for who could sleep, only each person knew. The next day, it was already the 16th of the first month. Since they had already seen the lanterns, Lu Town didn't have anything to miss. Zhong Xiaohua followed her father, Mr. Liu, and the others to buy some things on the streets of Lu Town. They brought some gifts back to the Guozhuang house. However, when they were shopping, Zhong Cai was a little reluctant. From time to time, he would whisper to Zhong Xiaohua, "It's just the new year. Since the new year has already passed, don't waste any more money. The family doesn't have much income and the money is used up." Seeing that Jian is already born, raising a child in this era is very tiring. He still has to go to school in the future, so it's better to use the money in the right way. Some things are better bought at the Guozhuang house. Zhong Xiaohua naturally understood her father's feelings and didn't say much. She just followed Zhong Cai's wishes and bought some things. Mr. Liu was a little better. It was obvious that the in-laws didn't buy much and she couldn't steal the limelight too much. In the end, everyone also bought some gifts for Jian. It was far from the extravagant shopping scene that Zhong Xiaohua had imagined. When they returned to the Guozhuang house, everything in the house was the same as before. However, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't follow them as usual. There were still 2 little girls in Pingyang City who needed her to send them back to Carefree City. Moreover, her second brother, Zhong Xiaohu, whose whereabouts were unknown. If she couldn't find out where her second brother was, her cultivation would be in vain. After lunch, Zhong Xiaohua first stayed in front of her grandmother's grave for a while. Then, she went to the bamboo forest behind her small courtyard. She roughly looked around and then returned to the central room. At this time, Mr. Liu had already returned to his own house to rest. Only Zhong Cai was dozing off in the central room. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and didn't disturb him. She went out and called her eldest brother, Zhong Cai, over. Then, she woke Zhong Cai up. Zhong Cai asked sleepily, "Is there anything?" "Xiaolong." Zhong Xiaolong spread out his hands and said, "Father, Xiaohua asked me to come." Zhong Xiaohua said mysteriously, "Father, do you think we have enough money now?" Zhong Cai frowned and said, "We have enough." "What's wrong?" "Xiaohua, is it because you didn't have anything in town this morning and are too embarrassed to ask?" "No, father. What can I buy? It's just that when you bought something in the morning, I felt a little distressed." Zhong Xiaolong next to her said with some shame, "Xiaohua, it's all your eldest brother's fault. I don't know how to make a living. I can only dig for food in the soil. These few years, we relied on the banknotes you brought back to renovate the small courtyard and build another one next to it. Father must be worried that the banknotes aren't enough. That's why you can't bear to part with them. Moreover, the banknotes are still left for." He seemed to be unable to say the rest of his words. Zhong Xiaohua listened and said with a smile, "Look at what you're saying, eldest brother. I brought the banknotes back for the family to spend. When I find second brother, naturally, there will be a share for him." Then, she stretched out her hand and hooked her index finger and said, "Father, eldest brother, come. I'll show you something good." After that, she walked out of the central room. Zhong Cai and Zhong Xiaolong were confused. It wasn't that they didn't think that Zhong Xiaohua was looking for those banknotes, but these banknotes should be looked at in the room. Why did she run out to show off? Moreover, Zhong Xiaohua actually picked up a hoe from the wall. She also let Zhong Cai and Zhong Xiaolong each take one. What is she trying to do? Chapter 387. Zhong Xiaohua took the hoe, Zhong Cai and Zhong Xiaolong took the hoe, shovel, and other tools, and came to the bamboo forest behind the house. Finding the empty space that they had chosen earlier, Zhong Xiaohua pointed at the place and said, "Big brother, come, let's dig a big hole here." Zhong Xiaolong looked at the empty space, and then looked at Zhong Xiaohua's serious expression. He spat 2 mouthfuls of saliva into his hand, picked up the hoe and was about to dig the ground. But at this moment, Zhong Xiaohua, who had been releasing her divine sense, saw a villager pass by their house. She quickly pulled her big brother's hand and said, "Wait a moment, big brother, someone passed by." Zhong Cai frowned and said softly, "Xiaohua, what are you doing?" Zhong Xiaohua also frowned. She suddenly patted her forehead with her hand and said with a bitter smile, "Ayo, father, big brother, I thought wrong. Let's go back to the house." Finished speaking, she walked back to the courtyard without looking back. Zhong Cai and Zhong Xiaolong looked at her, and then looked at each other. They didn't say anything, and took the tools and followed her back to the small courtyard. When they entered the courtyard, Zhong Xiaohua was standing in the courtyard in a daze. She seemed to be thinking about something. Zhong Xiaolong took the shovel from Zhong Cai's hand and was about to put it in the corner. Zhong Xiaohua said, "Big brother, wait a moment, I still need to use it." Finished speaking, she turned her head and said, "Father, big brother, come to this house." "Oh, right, I'll go and lock the courtyard door." Zhong Xiaohua locked the courtyard door and brought the two people to her small house. As soon as they entered the house, Zhong Cai asked, "Xiaohua, what are you doing? If you want to give us banknotes, then take them out. It's not like your father hasn't seen banknotes before. What are you afraid of?" Even Zhong Xiaolong was puzzled. "Yes, isn't it just banknotes? What was the hoe for?" Zhong Xiaohua looked at their confusion and scratched her chin with her fingers. She smiled and said, "Daddy, big brother, in fact, I really have something good to show you. But don't be surprised and don't make a fuss. This is very important." Zhong Cai and Zhong Xiaolong frowned at the same time, but they also thought about it and nodded. What a joke. How old were they? What was there to fuss about? Seeing that both of them had agreed, Zhong Xiaohua was still secretly laughing in his heart. Actually, he had only said so much to give them some mental preparation. If they were not surprised and did not make a fuss, then he would make a fuss instead. Presumably, he took out the money pouch from his bosom. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua take out the money pouch, the two of them were even more surprised. After so many years, why hadn't Xiaohua changed this old money pouch? Even if he took out a stack of banknotes, they wouldn't make such a fuss. However, what happened next left them dumbfounded. They saw that in the spacious hut, a huge wooden box suddenly appeared inexplicably. "Hey Tilda!" the two of them shouted at the same time. "You, Xiaohua, what's going on?" Looking at the surprise of her father and big brother, Zhong Xiaohua was very satisfied with this effect. She smiled and said, "Daddy, big brother, this is my savings." "Oh, yes, it's also my spoils of war. I got it from the bandits when I went to Shitsue Mountain to save sister-in-law Liu last time." "Ah!" The two of them suddenly realized and said, "I see. But, where did you put it?" Zhong Xiaohua shook the money pouch in her left hand and said, "I put it here. However, this thing is very mysterious. Only I can see it. No one else can see it." Zhong Cai just looked at the very ordinary money pouch. He seemed to be considering the authenticity of Zhong Xiaohua's words. Zhong Xiaolong reached out to take the money pouch. Zhong Xiaohua naturally handed it over. Sure enough, no matter how Zhong Xiaolong looked, there were only 2 small stones, some scattered silver, a few banknotes. There was no big box. It was impossible to have such a big box. Throwing the money pouch to Zhong Xiaohua, Zhong Xiaolong looked at Zhong Cai. Zhong Cai didn't know what to say at this time. Zhong Xiaohua said, "Daddy, big brother, don't you want to see what's inside?" Zhong Xiaolong smiled and said, "Of course, we want to. Open it quickly." Walking to the front of the box, Zhong Xiaohua was about to open it. Zhong Cai shouted, "Xiaolong, close the door first." Zhong Xiaohua had been releasing her divine sense. Of course, she knew that no one would see it. Zhong Xiaolong walked to the door and looked at the quiet courtyard. He carefully closed the door and locked it carefully. Only then did he return to Zhong Xiaohua's side. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Big brother, why don't you open it yourself? But remember, don't scream." Seeing Zhong Xiaohua being so mysterious, Zhong Xiaolong was already prepared in his heart. So, he also smiled and went forward, opening the lid of the box casually. However, Even if he and Zhong Cai were already prepared in their hearts, when they saw the box full of gold, they were still petrified. After a cup of tea's time, the two of them recovered. Their first reaction was Zhong Xiaolong immediately closed the lid of the box tightly. Looking around, it was as if there was someone spying on them. Zhong Cai also asked quietly, "Xiaohua, this thing, who else knows about it?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Daddy, big brother, there was one person just now there are 3 people." Good. Zhong Cai nodded and slowly paced back and forth. Not to mention that Zhong Cai was just a farmer in the countryside, even a noble person like Mr. Liu would drool at the sight of this box of gold and silver. He naturally had to consider it carefully. After pacing back and forth a few times, Zhong Cai waved his hand and a word jumped out, "Dig." Good, clean and efficient. Nonsense, why would I not want the things my son brought back? In the future, I won't have to be so stingy. After receiving his father's order, Zhong Xiaolong spat 5 or 6 mouthfuls of saliva on his hand in one breath. He gathered his strength and started digging in the open space of the hut. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua happily took the hoe and dug with her big brother. However, she hadn't worked with her big brother for a long time. Zhong Xiaohua seemed to have returned to her childhood in the fields. However, looking at Zhong Xiaohua digging far away from him, Zhong Xiaolong was puzzled and asked, "Xiaohua, why are you so far away from me? I won't touch you." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Let's dig a bigger hole. There are still a few boxes." Zhong Xiaolong staggered and almost threw away the hoe in his hand. "What are you talking about? A box is enough to scare people to death. You actually have a few boxes?" To say that father and son go to war, brothers dig holes was really not a joke. In less than the time it took to eat a meal, the entire open space of the hut was dug into a deep hole. Zhong Cai was right. Zhong Xiaohua should stay in the village to farm. The holes in the hut were basically the fruits of his labor. Zhong Xiaolong was so tired that he was panting after digging more than half of it. Only Zhong Xiaohua was working hard for her family. After the preparation work was done, one box after another appeared neatly in the dug hole. Including the one that was just taken out, there were 5 boxes. At this time, Zhong Cai and Zhong Xiaolong's attention was no longer on how Zhong Xiaohua took out the boxes. Instead, it was on the boxes that Zhong Xiaohua took out. Zhong Xiaohua didn't find it troublesome. She also put the box outside the hole into the hole. Only then did she stand at the side proudly. This time, Zhong Cai personally jumped into the pit and opened the chests one by one. Of the 5 chests, except for 2 that were filled with jewels, the other 3 were filled with shiny gold. Zhong Cai and Zhong Xiaolong stood in the waist-deep hole and walked back and forth. They looked at this and touched that. They really couldn't believe that this shocking wealth was now theirs. After a while, Zhong Cai gritted his teeth and said, "Xiaolong, close the lid and bury the box." "Okay, Dad." Zhong Xiaolong agreed loudly. After Zhong Xiaolong and Zhong Xiaohua buried the box with the soil that they dug out, there was still a lot of soil left in the hut. Zhong Xiaolong pointed to the soil and said, "Xiaohua, you just took out a lot of things from the money bag. You can put the soil back. Just treat it as a weight scale." Zhong Xiaohua knew that he wanted to be lazy and said, "Big brother, I can't take these. Even if the weight is ordinary, the value is far from it. Don't think about being lazy. I just dug the hole. This soil is yours." Hee. Zhong Xiaolong didn't realize that he was exposed. He opened the door and poked his head out to take a look. He took the things back and scattered the soil in the yard with Zhong Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Big brother, there is no one outside the yard. Don't worry. No one knows about today's matter." "Oh, that's good. That's good." Zhong Xiaolong laughed foolishly. It was just like how Zhong Xiaohua felt when she saw a box full of gold. The 3 of them sat down in the central room. Zhong Xiaohua poured tea. Zhong Cai and Zhong Xiaolong's eyes were a bit unfocused. They drank the tea in their cups mechanically. Zhong Xiaohua didn't say anything. She just drank and refined the energy of heaven and earth in the water. At her current level of qi refining, The energy in the water was almost negligible. However, no matter how small a fly was, it was still meat. With Zhong Xiaohua's temperament, how could she let it go? When the pot of tea was about to be finished, she saw that Zhong Cai's unfocused eyes gradually became spirited. The corner of his mouth also revealed a smile. He glanced at Zhong Xiaohua and put down the teacup in his hand. At this time, Zhong Xiaolong's eyes also focused. He smiled and looked at Zhong Cai. He also put down the teacup. Zhong Xiaohua said, "Father, big brother, it seems that you have already thought about how to deal with it. This matter is very troublesome. I don't know how to deal with it. Anyway, the money is spent by you. I don't need it. You can do as you see fit." Zhong Cai smiled and said, "Xiaohua, you are lazy. However, it doesn't matter. There is father, mother, and your big brother and sister-in-law at home. You don't need to worry. You just need to bring those things home." Ha ha ha. Zhong Xiaolong also smiled. He looked lovingly at his little brother who was almost as tall as him. Zhong Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Then, father, how are you going to use the gold? I have thought for a long time, but I still can't think of a way to not attract attention. This is really too easy to deal with." Zhong Cai smiled and said, "I remember that Mr. Liu often said that doing something beyond one's ability is playing with fire." Chapter 388. He remembered that Shuyu Cihong said that Zhong Xiaohua was ungrateful. This knot in her heart should be untied here. Zhong Xiaohua was stunned and asked, "Father, why don't I understand what you're saying?" Zhong Cai smiled and said, "What I mean is that if we don't use this huge amount of wealth, we won't attract attention, right?" Ah! Zhong Xiaohua felt dizzy and said, "Since father doesn't want to spend this money, why should I take it out?" Zhong Cai said meaningfully, "You taking it out and not taking it out, of course, is completely different. In fact, Xiaohua, the banknotes you brought back 5 years ago haven't been used up. Your mother has always been frugal and saved it for you to marry a wife. Your elder brother didn't spend much money to build a house, so it doesn't matter if you take out the gold or not. However, since you took out such a huge amount of wealth, doesn't our family have a plan in mind? Even if we spend all the banknotes now, there is still the gold in the house as a foundation, right? Tell me, is there any difference between this and not taking it out? Moreover, our family's current situation has already made some people jealous. If we go further, it will be easier to get into trouble. However, with you in the future, the family will be much better." In an instant, Zhong Xiaohua understood. Although there were a lot of banknotes, there would be a time when they would run out, and this time was not far away. Therefore, her mother and father were extremely frugal. They didn't buy what they shouldn't buy, and they didn't spend what they shouldn't spend. Now that they had gold that they couldn't spend in this lifetime, of course, there was a layer of barrier in their hearts. Naturally, they would let go of their hands and feet in their lives. Of course, Zhong Xiaohua also knew that her mother and father were used to farmers. How could they be extravagant? They naturally had their own sense of propriety. There was no need for her to say anything. After thinking for a while, Zhong Xiaohua probed, "Father, the things at home have been arranged. Do you think I should go? Leave?" Zhong Xiaolong shouted when he heard this and said, "Little Blossom, how many days have you been home? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Didn't father and mother tell you to stay at home and not go out?" Zhong Xiaohua thought to herself, "Big brother, there are still 2 girls waiting for me to send them to Pingyang City. They have already waited for more than 10 days. If I don't go back now, they will think that I have gone missing." Of course, he didn't plan to tell his family about this. After all, Nai Qianyu and Little Orange were being hunted by bad guys and were in danger. If he told his family, they would be worried. Thus, Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Big brother, second brother hasn't been found yet, right? He's also been missing for many years. No one knows if he's dead or alive. I'll go look for him now and drag him back from that misty school. What do you think?" Then, she looked at Zhong Cai's gloomy face and added, "Dad, don't worry. I'm just going to look for second brother. I won't get involved in the misty school. Hearing this, Zhong Xiai's face darkened even more. Zhong Xiaohua thought to herself, this is bad. Sure enough, Zhong Xiai stood up with a whoosh and shouted at Zhong Xiaohua, come here. After that, he walked out without looking back and went straight to her grandmother's grave outside the courtyard. He shouted, kneel down. Dad Tilda Zhong Xiaohua was very surprised. Kneel down. Zhong Xiai shouted again without hesitation. Although Zhong Xiaohua didn't understand what her father meant, she still knelt down in grievance. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua's aggrieved look, Zhong Xiai's heart ached. However, he still hardened his heart and said, Xiaohua, I want to ask you a few questions. Dad, please ask. Zhong Xiaohua said softly while kneeling. When we met your sister-in-law in Lu Town, who saved us? Hero Wen and heroine Shui. Then when you and Big Brother went to marry your sister-in-law, who saved you on the way? It was Hero Lu. Where did you learn your martial arts? This. Zhong Xiaohua was a little hesitant. His Carefree Heart Sutra was accidentally obtained from the Misty School's library. Then, he slowly figured it out. If it was not taught by the Misty School, then this sutra was indeed obtained from the Misty School. Moreover, his Big Dipper Magical Fist and the most basic Arhat Fist were also taught by He Tianshu. If his martial arts had nothing to do with the Misty School, then he would be going against his conscience. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua said helplessly, I learned it from the Misty School's library. When you first arrived in Pingyang City and went to that manor, was it the Misty School's property? Did they give you a job? It was undeniable that Huanxi Manor was the property of the Misty School. In other words, it was the Misty School that indirectly gave Zhong Xiaohua his first job. Zhong Xiaohua nodded helplessly. Did your second brother join the Misty School and gain the favor of the sect master to become her direct disciple? This was exchanged with my life. Zhong Xiaohua explained anxiously. However, Zhong Xiai did not listen. He only asked, you're just saying yes or no? Yes. All right, then ask yourself in front of your grandmother. Can you cut ties with the Misty School? Regardless of whether the Misty School admits it or not, shouldn't you be the first to admit that it was the Misty School that helped you? Now that the Misty School is in trouble and I heard that it was destroyed, don't you have any thoughts about it? You even dare to say if it wasn't for second brother Zun, what does the Misty School have to do with me? Ask your grandmother in the netherworld and see how she will answer you. These words struck Zhong Xiaohua's head like a bolt of lightning. With a swoosh, Zhong Xiaohua broke out in a cold sweat. Even the bean-sized beads of sweat dripped from the top of his head. Yes, even if I'm not a disciple of the Misty School may not acknowledge me as a disciple. However, can I cut ties with the Misty School? Seeing his son like this, Zhong Xiai's expression softened. He said, Xiaohua, be grateful. Remember, you must be grateful. Our family is poor and you left early. These 5 years, Father knows that your life has been difficult and dangerous. Father didn't fulfill his responsibility as a father and didn't teach you properly. This isn't your fault, it's all Father's fault. Our family has received a lot of kindness from the Misty School. They say that a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. You must remember, we must repay the Misty School's kindness. Zhong Xiaohua cried in shame. He said, I know, Father. I will definitely repay the Misty School's kindness. Father, when I first came back from the deserted island and heard about the Misty School, I wanted to avenge gang leader OU and the others. However, I don't know why, but along the way, I feel more and more bored. I just want to cultivate quietly and don't want to be entangled by these mundane matters. Now that I think about it, I don't even know what I said just now. Maybe I just said it casually. Yes, since you said it casually, then you must have such thoughts in your heart. I don't know about your cultivation of martial arts, but, Sai, let me talk about what happened yesterday. Since you caught that black-clothed man yesterday, you should have caught him thoroughly. Don't give him any chance to resist. Look at what you did yesterday, you almost made a mistake. I guess that Ziz's father was also seriously injured. Moreover, you even caused the black-clothed man to be burned to death. Father, I know I was wrong. I only wanted to catch him and hand him over to the authorities. Sigh, and last night, you talked about human nature in the Lee family. I don't know much about it, so I didn't dare to disrespect you and didn't interrupt you. What you said may be reasonable, but I feel that although you can't be on guard against others, you shouldn't think too badly of others. I know that people in the Jianghu are sometimes very scheming, but justice is in people's hearts. Even if there's no heart, there's still God watching. Moreover, now that you have the ability, I don't want you to become a hero and be loved by others. I only hope that you can become an upright person, and use a grateful heart, a compassionate heart, and a chivalrous heart to face everyone. Zhong Xiaohua had never been lectured by her father in such a serious manner since she was young. She could only listen with tears in her eyes and nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, he said, "That's all I have to say. I won't say anything more. Kneel here and think carefully. If you understand, then go back to your room." After he finished speaking, he turned and left. When he was halfway there, he saw Guo Sufei running over in a hurry. Wasn't the person behind her Zhong Xiaolong who ran out just now? Seeing Zhong Cai angry and Zhong Xiaohua crying, Guo Sufei also shed tears. She glared fiercely at Zhong Cai, then ran over to Zhong Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, don't mind your father. He's going senile." Zhong Xiaohua wiped away her tears and said, "No, mother, father is right. I was wrong. Please let me accompany grandmother and think about it carefully." Guo Sufei said, "Xiaohua, be good. It's so cold outside. If you want to think about it, you should go inside and think about it." "Phut," Zhong Xiaohua laughed and said, "Mother, I'm already 18. You should call Jenna good." "18?" Guo Sufei said, "You're already 18 and you're still crying?" Zhong Xiaohua wiped her tears again in embarrassment and said, "Don't cry, mother. Father hasn't scolded me for a long time. I'm just touched. Really, it's not cold outside. Please go back to your room. If you're here, I won't be able to think. Won't it be even more of a waste of time?" Seeing that Zhong Xiaohua refused to leave, Guo Sufei could only remind her, "Think about it carefully. Hurry up and think. I'll go and cook for you. When it's ready, I'll call you." After saying that, she was still worried. She turned around and hurried away. When her mother was far away, Zhong Xiaohua finally calmed down and carefully sorted out her thoughts. In fact, Zhong Xiaohua had always had a very good impression of the Misty School, sect leader Ou, Wen Wenhai, Lu Mingyu, Xue Qing, He Tianshu, and the others. She was even more grateful to Ou Peng. However, when she found out about the secret of the Immortal Tao and discovered that her Carefree Heart Sutra was an item of the Immortal Tao, she knew that the Misty School was an Immortal Tao sect. When she thought about how Ou Peng had mysteriously asked her to copy the manual of her Big Dipper mystical fist, she was puzzled. Chapter 389. Of course, sect leader Ou wanted to exchange it for 3,000 taels of gold, so he didn't treat him badly. This little bit of doubt was nothing, but later on, he saw the sinister intentions of the Righteous Alliance on the ship, and saw many robberies and killings on the road. In particular, Zhong Xiaohua entered the realm of oneness of heaven and man twice in a short period of time, and was very lucky to be close to the way of heaven twice. What was the way of heaven? No one could say for sure. But heaven and earth are heartless, treating all things as straw dogs. The way of heaven was the most ruthless. Zhong Xiaohua peeked at the way of heaven at such a close distance. Of course, it was inevitable that she was tainted with some of the way of heaven's consciousness. This was an extremely rare opportunity on his path of cultivation, but it had an extremely bad influence on the growth of his temperament. Therefore, when he encountered the attack on Nai Chenyu, he almost didn't want to come out. He wanted to quickly send her and Little Orange to the escort agency and let the escort them back to Carefree City, but deliberately threw the possibility of the bad guys chasing after them to the back of his mind. It was also because of this that he infinitely magnified his doubts about Ou Peng. He only wanted to withdraw himself from the whirlpool of the secular world, but deliberately forgot that the Misty School's disciples were good to him. It was also because of this that he hit the nail on the head, pointing out the small hidden in the hearts of ordinary people, and the evil in human nature, but deliberately throwing aside the truth, kindness, and beauty in human nature. Although Zhong Cai was not knowledgeable, he could truly see the positive side of life, and see the inadequacies of his beloved son. It was also because of this that Zhong Xiaohua was completely enlightened and understood that she had gone astray. That's right. Swordsman Wen and swordswoman Xue saw our family being bullied by bullies in Lu Town. With a compassionate heart, they helped us regardless of the consequences. That's how my brother and sister-in-law became successful. Apart from Guozhuang, Master Lu also saved us with his chivalrous heart when he saw the bandits of Shitsue Mountain bullying my brother and me. He killed the 3 wolves of Shitsue Mountain with his own hands and did good to the area. The righteous path in the human world is full of vicissitudes. The righteous path is the most difficult, but it is extremely easy to commit evil. But if there is no righteous path, then how can there be fairness and justice in this world? However, this isn't the Righteous Alliance's righteous alliance. Look at those heroes from the Misty School, and look at the Righteous Alliance. They're really the classic example of selling dog meat under false pretenses. Since I have the means of the immortal Tao, I should rely on my chivalrous heart to do things with a clear conscience. My previous evasion was lacking. But why did I suddenly have such thoughts? What could he do? What can we do? Haha, thinking about what I did in the village a few days ago, I feel a little funny. When Zhong Xiaohua understood, he suddenly felt that his mind was lively and clear, and there was no longer the heavy sense of evasion like a few days ago. This kind of improvement of the mind had nothing to do with cultivation, and even more so, it had nothing to do with the Tao heart. Even if he had seen the evolution of the heavenly Tao for hundreds of millions of years, it was still completely useless. This was the cultivation of the heart of a person of the immortal Tao, and there was no shortcut at all. He respectfully kowtowed to his grandmother a few times and said, "Grandmother, please watch from the heavens. I will definitely be a righteous person. I will not do nothing for the sake of kindness, and do nothing for the sake of evil." After kowtowing, he patted the soil on his knees and stood up. Guo Sufei, who had been waiting by the side for a long time, immediately ran over and asked, "Xiaohua, are you tired? Are you cold?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Mother, with my current physique, I am not afraid of any cold or heat, it's okay." Guo Sufei saw the gentle smile on her son's face, and was naturally happy and said, "Good, good, it's good that you are not afraid of the cold. You have been kneeling for the whole afternoon. Quick, mother made you red braised pork, let's go eat." "Okay." Zhong Xiaohua agreed without hesitation. Guo Sufei was also very happy. Zhong Cai, who was pacing in the courtyard, saw Zhong Xiaohua come back with a calm expression, and his heart returned to his stomach. After dinner, the family did not stay in the small courtyard, and gathered at Zhong Xiaolong's place. Liu Qian had already gone to the field, but because of the village customs, she did not go out of the house, and only greeted the family in the house, and brewed tea. Zhong Jian was still holding the 2 prime val stones in his hand, sleeping soundly. Zhong Xiaohua used her divine sense to scan the 2 prime val stones, and found that the origin energy in them did not decrease, and she also did not feel any fluctuation of origin energy in Zhong Jian's body. Zhong Xiaohua was a little puzzled. The omen was so strong, why was there no change in Jian body? That day, the golden array formation and the dense purple energy were all absorbed into his body. Could it be that I still have to rely on the immortal cultivation technique? After thinking for a while, Zhong Xiaohua secretly took out the Carefree Heart Sutra cultivation technique, and found an opportunity to call Zhong Xiaolong and Liu Qian to the side, and said in a low voice, "Big brother, sister-in-law, the gift I gave Jenna last time, oh, that fist technique manual, is it still there?" Liu Qian said curiously, "It is, Xiaohua, it is at the bottom of my box, do you want it now?" "I will go get it." Zhong Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "No need, I have already memorized that fist technique, there is no need for it." Then, she turned to Zhong Xiaolong and said, "Big brother, what do you think of my strength? It is very scary, you are good at farming." "Damn, big brother, can we not talk about this?" "Oh right, "Big brother, do you know where my strength comes from?" Zhong Xiaolong was stunned and said, "Strength is not innate. Could it be that you trained it from martial arts?" Liu Qian was unusually intelligent, and immediately said in surprise, "Could it be that fist technique manual?" Zhong Xiaohua said with a smile, "Sister-in-law is still the best. It is that fist technique manual. That is great. When Jenna grows up, I can rest. The business of farming will be handed over to him." Zhong Xiaohua fainted. "Big brother, look at you." Liu Qian was angry, and said with her almond-shaped eyes, "Shut up. If you don't want to kneel on the washing board at night, don't say another word." Zhong Xiaolong subconsciously kept his mouth shut, and fear appeared in his eyes. Liu Qian changed into a smile, and said to Zhong Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, continue." Zhong Xiaohua suppressed the laughter in her heart, and said, "This fist technique manual, when Bai Ren is 5 or 6 years old, maybe a little earlier, this is up to you. Let him see the pictures inside, and let him practice according to the fist technique manual." "Ah! Don't we need to find someone who knows fist technique to teach?" Zhong Xiaohua shook her head seriously and said, "Sister-in-law, remember, you must remember, do not let others teach Bai Ren fist technique, and also do not let others see this fist technique manual. You can only let Bai Ren explore by himself." Liu Qian saw this, and with a serious face, she nodded repeatedly. "Also, sister-in-law, this fist technique, according to my experience, at the beginning, the limit is 9, and after 9 times, it is complete, at most, 9 times, 81 times a day, any more than that is useless. After a certain level of practice, you will enter the second level, with 8 as the limit, and so on, until you can practice once, 9 times a day." Liu Qian was stunned, and asked doubtfully, "Then, what does it mean to practice to a certain level? Is it proficiency, or time?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "This, when the time comes, Bai Ren will naturally know. It is useless to talk about it now." The cultivation method of immortals was unimaginable. Even if she explained it to Liu Qian now, it would be difficult for her to understand, so she might as well not say it. Also, when you practice to the point where you only need to practice 9 times a day, and there is no improvement, you need to practice this fist technique in reverse, then you will gain something. However, for this reverse practice, I do not have a fist technique manual. Sister-in-law, you can let Bai Ren practice these 108 moves in reverse according to his own understanding, or according to this fist technique manual. Thinking of the fist technique manual, Zhong Xiaohua naturally thought of Zhong Chengyu, the real man who resolutely committed suicide on the ethereal peak. Sighing, looking at Liu Qian who did not quite understand, Zhong Xiaohua explained, "This is different from memorizing, it is to practice the moves in the fist technique manual completely in reverse." At this moment, Zhong Xiaolong raised his hand, opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. Liu Qian said angrily, "Say, what do you want to say?" Zhong Xiaolong smiled and said, "Xiaohua, can I practice this fist technique? If I practice it, I will have strength. Won't it be better for me to work in the field?" Liu Qian was furious and said, "You, shut up." Zhong Xiaohua patted her forehead, suddenly realized, and said, "Big brother, you are right, I was just thinking about Bai Ren, but I forgot about you. But I don't know if there will be any effect after you practice it. How about this? I will practice this fist of the North Star from beginning to end, you see." After that, she walked to the courtyard, from beginning to end, and from end to end, completely. These 216 moves made Zhong Xiaolong dizzy. He did not know what to do. Then, Zhong Xiaohua demonstrated the links of the fist of the North and South Star. Liu Qian finally understood completely. Zhong Xiaohua saw that her brother was a little depressed, and said with a smile, "Big brother, I used a long time to practice this fist of the North Star. You just took a look and want to learn. It is not very possible." Zhong Xiaolong thought about it and said, "Anyway, it is not too late for you to teach me when you are at home." But just as he finished speaking, he remembered that Zhong Xiaohua had told Zhong Cai at noon that she would go out to find Zhong Xiaohu immediately. He said embarrassedly, "I am not in a hurry. I will practice slowly. You can teach me a move later, I will think about it myself." Zhong Xiaohua thought that this was the only way. If she really taught Zhong Xiaohu, there would be no effect for at least a year. But first, there was no news from Zhong Xiaohu, and her family was not at ease. Second, Nai Chenyu was still waiting in Pingyang City. She did not want to involve her family in the dispute of the pugilistic world, so naturally, she could not bring them over. Moreover, Nai Chenyu's family was also waiting anxiously. Putting herself in their shoes, she also wanted to send them back quickly. After that, the three of them entered the house. Zhong Xiaohua took out the Carefree Heart Sutra and said, "Sister-in-law, this is another internal energy cultivation method, but it is different from the fist manual. This book is still to be returned to the Misty School, so you can't lose it." Liu Qian reached out and took it, smiled and said, "Then I will hide it under the box." Chapter 390. Liu Qian took the Heart Sutra and asked, "What is the Heart Sutra for Bai Ren to practice?" Zhong Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "I guess Mr. Liu will enlighten Bai Ren very early. When he is 5 or 6 years old, he will be able to understand the text inside. At that time, let him read and practice." "Ah," Liu Qian said in surprise, "he can only learn it when he is 6 years old. Then why are you in a hurry to give this to me? When the time comes, you can come back and teach him. Besides, I read in the biography that practicing internal strength is very particular. If there is no master to guide him, it is easy for something to happen. I think it is better to let you teach him." With that, Liu Qian was about to return the Heart Sutra to Zhong Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, practicing internal strength is easy to cause trouble, but you see, I also practice it myself. Am I not fine? Besides, sister-in-law, you must believe me. Bai Ren will definitely have no problem." Liu Qian was skeptical, but she still carefully put away the Heart Sutra. She asked worriedly, "If Bai Ren doesn't understand, can he ask my father?" Zhong Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "If you don't understand the text, you can naturally ask. If you don't understand the content, don't ask. It is best not to let others know about this book. Remember." Liu Qian listened with a heavy tone, so she could only nod cautiously. Zhong Xiaohua was also bold. He relied on his own exploration to reach his current level. He thought that everyone could practice by themselves, so he easily gave the Heart Sutra to his sister-in-law and let his little nephew explore by himself. He was a shopkeeper who didn't do anything. If Bai Ren cultivated, he was only 5 or 6 years old. How could he understand the content of the book? However, was Zhong Bai Ren an ordinary person? After explaining the matter of Bai Ren, Zhong Xiaohua saw that his father and mother were playing with Bai Ren. He took Zhong Xiaolong to the courtyard and began to teach Zhong Xiaolong the Big Dipper magical fist. Only after Zhong Xiaolong taught him did he realize how he Tianshu felt back then. That's right. Zhong Xiaolong could have hit it this way and hit it from this angle, but Zhong Xiaolong hit it wrong. By the time Zhong Xiaolong corrected him, there were other problems. After a few times, Zhong Xiaohua lost her patience and encouraged him, "Big brother, you're really a martial arts genius. I practiced this move for many days before I reached your level." Zhong Xiaolong was pleasantly surprised. "Really? Xiaohua, it seems like I'm really not an ordinary person. If I had known earlier, I would have followed you to Pingyang City." "Ari, that's right, big brother. If you go, I reckon that the Misty School won't be destroyed. You might not be able to defeat the enemy, but you can at least learn the essence of the Misty School. Then, you can start a family in the Guozhuang house and inherit the legacy of the Misty School." "Yes, Xiaohua, you're right. I'm really a pearl that has been covered in dust. So, big brother, if you have time, you should look at the martial arts manual yourself. I'm afraid that I might lead you astray and delay your progress." "I see. All right, Xiaohua, then I can only reluctantly practice on my own." After settling Zhong Xiaolong, Zhong Xiaohua went back into the house to look for her mother. Zhong Cai and Guo Sufei were still on the Kang bed, watching Zhong Bai Ren sleep soundly. Just now, Bai Ren woke up for a while and played with the two elders for a while before going back to sleep. At this moment, the two of them were whispering to each other. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua enter the house, Guo Sufei laughed softly and said, Xiaohua, I heard from your father that you did something good in Lu Town last night. When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, she blushed a little and said, I wanted to do something good, but I didn't do it thoroughly and left a little tail. Today, I heard from father that I know I was wrong. Guo Sufei said, it's good that you know you were wrong. When helping someone, you have to help them to the end. If you give up halfway, it's better not to help. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, that's right. Mother is right. I have something to tell mother. What is it? You're still so mysterious. Guo Sufei saw that Zhong Xiaohua was so serious about this matter. She also felt strange and said, isn't it because you like a girl from some family? Mother still has some money here. It shouldn't be a problem to find a wife for you. Zhong Xiaohua was a little bashful and said, Mother, let's go out and talk. Byren just fell asleep. I'm afraid we'll wake him up. Seeing this, Guo Sufei felt that her sense of smell was even more sensitive. However, in her heart, she muttered, I just went out for a day and already found someone I like. Could it be that I was cheated? Zhong Cai actually knew Zhong Xiaohua's feelings and also encouraged Guo Sufei to go to the central room. Sitting on a chair, Guo Sufei laughed and asked, Xiaohua, you're not young anymore. It's the right time. Tell me, which family's girl do you like? Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, Boy also doesn't know where that girl is. I can't tell you right now. You sly girl, then why did you call mother here? Guo Sufei only thought that Zhong Xiaohua was thin-skinned and didn't think much of it. Zhong Xiaohua looked at her father and said, Mother, I already told father this afternoon that I want to find a time to leave the Guozhuang house in the next 2 days. After I go out to look for second brother, I'll go back to the Guozhuang house with him. Hearing this, Guo Sufei's face immediately changed and said, No, you left the Guozhuang house when you were 12 years old. Until you turned 18 this year, you only came back once. That time, you also left without saying goodbye. In a flash, you disappeared for more than 5 years. Do you know how much mother's heart hurts? Do you know how mother's days have been? If it wasn't for the child in your sister-in-law's belly that mother missed, I'm afraid that mother wouldn't be able to see you come back. As she spoke, tears immediately flowed out. She looked at Zhong Xiaohua with eager eyes. The affection of licking her child was obvious. When Zhong Xiaohua came back this time, Guo Sufei was far less emotional than the last time. First, she had a younger son who was worried about her, so she didn't have much free time. Second, she was somewhat confused between reality and dreams. She was afraid that this was just a beautiful dream of the past, so she didn't dare to overdo it. Today, before she could completely adapt to the reality of her son's return, Zhong Xiaohua once again asked to leave her. How could she bear to do it? She still wanted her younger son to be happy at her knees and find a lovely wife, so that she could sing the husband and wife songs under her eyes. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua walked forward and sat on the chair next to her mother. She smiled and said, Mother, I know what you mean. Boy is indeed unfilial and has made you worry at home. However, this time is different from before. What's the difference? Guo Sufei asked curiously. Mother, do you still remember Hero Wen, Heroine Shui, and Hero Lu from Misty School? Of course I remember. Although Mother is a woman and has never seen them, you are indebted to them for saving your lives. Mother will certainly remember this kindness in her heart. Mother, if they were killed and the boy knows who killed them and has the ability to kill their enemies, do you think the boy should avenge them? Ah, our benefactors, have they really met with misfortune? If so, Xiaohua, they have indeed given our Zhong family a new lease of life, especially Hero Lu. If it weren't for him, you, your elder brother, and sister-in-law would have been dead. This kindness should be repaid. But you, Xiaohua, it's not that Mother doubts you, but they were not a match for you even with such high martial arts. You are just a child, how can you avenge them? Mother, please don't worry. Although the boy is stupid, he won't do something as stupid as hitting a rock with an egg. If he can't defeat his enemy, he will use his wits. He won't treat his life as a joke. Guo Sufei frowned and hesitated. Zhong Xiaohua continued, Moreover, we don't know whether second brother is dead or alive. Rather than staying at home, it's better for me to go out and look for him. I've already met with my old friends at the villa. Although they haven't seen second brother, they still pointed out the place to look for him. I'll go and take a look. If there's any news, you'll be the first to know." Hearing this, Guo Sufei bitterly smiled and said, "Xiaohua, don't try to comfort mother. So many of the Misty School's disciples died unnatural deaths. We've already heard from young Master Li. How could your second brother be the only one who escaped with his life? These past few years, mother has already calmed down a bit. I can't bear to put you in danger because of Xiaohu. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. If there's no news of second brother, it means that second brother still has hope of surviving. Mother, don't worry. The boy has a premonition that second brother will definitely. Xiaohua, don't say any more. It's already been more than 3 years. If there's any news, your second brother would have already sent a letter home. Why wait until now?" This, Zhong Xiaohua was speechless for a moment. "Forget it, Xiaohua. Go back and rest first. Let your mother think about it carefully tonight. She's a sensible person. Let's talk about it again after she's thought it through," Zhong Cai advised. Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua knew that her father wanted to speak up for her. She didn't say anything more. She said something else to them and returned to her room to rest. Ever since Zhong Bairen was born, Guo Sufei had been accompanying Liu Qian to take care of the child. Tonight, she handed this task over to Zhong Xiaolong and followed Zhong Cai back to the room next door. When Zhong Xiaohua returned to his room, he saw that it was still early. He sat down cross-legged and took out a few small jade pendants. He knew that although his mother loved him dearly and didn't want him to get involved in the Jianghu, the Misty School was a great favor to the Zhong family. For the sake of righteousness, his mother wouldn't stop him. As for Zhong Xiaohu's life and death, Guo Sufei couldn't let it go. For the sake of family, his mother would definitely let him go. Therefore, before he left, he had to settle the matters at home. Actually, when he was making a jade pendant for Ji Xiaohua's mother in Songning Town, Zhong Xiaohua already had this idea. Therefore, on the way back, he already had a plan in his heart. In the formation jade slip left behind by Venerable Fire Dragon, there were quite a number of defensive and offensive formations. However, they were all slightly complicated. During this period of time, Zhong Xiaohua had been studying them. Although he wasn't very confident, he still wanted to give it a try. Taking out a jade pendant that had already lost its energy, he placed a new small primeval stone in his right hand. Zhong Xiaohua calmed down and silently recited the incantation. His left hand moved according to the instructions of the jade slip. The energy of heaven and earth was extracted from the primeval stone and gradually formed into a restriction in his left hand. At this moment, Zhong Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. "Please accept, please tip, thank you." Chapter 391. Zhong Xiaohua had already learned a little about embedding a miniature formation into a jade pendant on the deserted island. He had also thoroughly comprehended it on the ship back on land. When he returned to Songning Town, he even gave it a try. He successfully embedded a tranquil formation into a jade pendant and gave it to Ji Xiaohua's mother as a form of compensation. However, when Zhong Xiaohua embedded the array into the jade pendant in Songning Town, although it was the most primary array, the qi of heaven and earth was scarce at the moment. Zhong Xiaohua could barely make ends meet by mobilizing her qi with incantations, so she pondered over using the vital stones and the vital qi in her body to barely complete the jade pendant. At that time, her vital qi was exhausted and she was so tired that her face turned pale. Now, Zhong Xiaohua wanted to embed a more advanced defensive array into the jade pendant. Zhong Xiaohua had pondered over this array many times on her way back to Pingyang City. However, there was always a sense of obscurity when she made the incantation. When it reached a certain level, it was difficult to continue, let alone embed it into the jade pendant. However, when Zhong Xiaohua made the incantation today, she felt that it was as smooth as moving clouds and flowing water, as if the previous sluggishness had disappeared. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. However, this was not the time to ponder over it carefully. She hurriedly changed the incantation in her hands and completed the complicated transformation of the entire array. Then, she shouted clearly, "Go!" She put her left index finger and middle finger together and mobilized her vital qi, striking the array that had already been completed at her fingertips toward the jade pendant in front of her. In her divine sense, she saw that the array was shrinking and the vital qi in it became denser and denser. Finally, it shrunk to the size of the jade pendant. With a very clear bang, the array was actually embedded into the jade pendant. In an instant, the jade pendant flashed with a brilliance invisible to the naked eye. The extremely ordinary old jade immediately became somewhat different. Zhong Xiaohua could naturally see some clues through her divine sense, but she could not see anything with her eyes. But just when Zhong Xiaohua was feeling satisfied and wanted to be proud, she suddenly felt that the yuan qi in the jade pendant was somewhat chaotic. With a light peng sound, the jade pendant in her hand immediately turned into a pile of powder. Zhong Xiaohua frowned. She thought about it carefully for a while before relaxing slightly. She took out another jade pendant from her bosom and continued to make it. He still had a lot of such jade pendants in his money bag. They were all from the treasure house of Shitsue Mountain. Zhong Xiaohua knew the use of these jade pendants, so she didn't put them all in the box. She buried them underground, so she didn't need to be too stingy. This time, the incantation was successfully completed. However, when the incantation was inserted into the jade pendant, Zhong Xiaohua's expression was serious. The movement of her left hand seemed fast but was actually slow. Amidst the slowness, there was a strange frequency. With another bang, the incantation was successfully inserted into the jade pendant. However, this time, the jade pendant did not undergo any special changes. The only difference was that the color of the jade had become denser. Zhong Xiaohua didn't need to look carefully with her divine awareness. She had already felt that she had succeeded this time. Putting the successfully made jade talisman on the kang, Zhong Xiaohua closed her eyes and pondered. Why did the incantation go so smoothly this time? Why did the incantation suddenly disappear? After thinking for a long time, she realized that the luckiest thing during this period was that she had come into contact with the innate tactical matrix of Bai Ren when she was born. Although she didn't deliberately comprehend it, just a simple peek had a profound impact on her cultivation of tactical matrix. Presumably, this was the only reason. Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but look at the 360 tadpole-like talismans in her Niwen palace. They were shining with a faint golden light and surrounded her essence of devotion, shining like tassels. Zhong Xiaohua's mouth showed a trace of a smile. In the future, she would be able to comprehend it. After finding out the reason, Zhong Xiaohua opened her eyes and made several jade slices into jade talismans one by one. It was very correct to say that practice makes perfect. The last few talismans were all made in one try. There was no failure. Zhong Xiaohua was also very happy to see this. She made as many as 10 talismans smoothly. Looking at the sky, Zhong Xiaohua was about to put away the jade talismans. His heart was moved again. These 10 jade talismans were only used for defense. It was more than enough. However, if she encountered a powerful person and didn't have a thunderous counterattack, she would be at a disadvantage. It was not appropriate. As the saying goes, offense is the most powerful defense. Thinking of it, she did it. After all, it was all about cultivation. Zhong Xiaohua immediately took out 10 jade slices and put an offensive tactical matrix that she had already memorized in her heart into them. Not long after, 10 jade talismans were made. Looking at the red jade talismans, Zhong Xiaohua was puzzled. Was this color related to the tactical matrix? However, she had just finished learning this tactical matrix. She was not proficient in the other tactical matrices, so she couldn't test it. Putting away the 20 jade talismans, Zhong Xiaohua sat cross-legged and prepared to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. However, when she began to cultivate, she found that her Heart Sutra cultivation method had actually made some slight progress. Zhong Xiaohua was overjoyed. Could it be that she could cultivate this talisman? This was a good way to kill two birds with one stone. Waking up the next day, Zhong Xiaohua finished practicing the Big Dipper magical fist in the bamboo forest. When he returned to the courtyard, Guo Sufei had already woken up to prepare dinner. Looking at her mother's slightly swollen and bloodshot eyes, Zhong Xiaohua's heart ached. Mother obviously did not sleep well last night. This boy is unfilial. However, if I can't find second brother, then I will be even more unfilial. I hope mother can understand me. When I am done, I will definitely accompany mother and father. Sigh, I forgot that I still have to help mother and father find some longevity prescriptions. According to Venerable Huolong's records, there are some pills that can extend one's life. However, although he is knowledgeable, he is not proficient in this aspect. Cultivating the immortal Tao can extend one's life. However, mother and father are obviously not suitable for it. I don't even know if big brother and sister-in-law can do it. I am just a beginner and do not know how to guide others. Let's talk about this later. Guo Sufei saw Zhong Xiaohua enter the courtyard and forced a smile. Xiaohua, you went out to practice martial arts. Zhong Xiaohua respectfully said, yes, mother. Music does not leave the mouth and fist does not leave the hands. This martial arts needs to be practiced frequently. Seeing her mother wiping her eyes and going back to work, Zhong Xiaohua picked up the bucket and said, Mother, I am going to get some water. It has been a long time since I worked for you. Guo Sufei said, no need. Xiaohua, you have a good rest. Let your big brother do this work. Zhong Xiaohua was not willing to comply. She took the rope and the bucket and went out. Because it was winter, the fields were filled with snow. Zhong Xiaohua returned for a few days and did not go to the fields that were still under her name. This time, she used the excuse of fetching water to take a good look. The fields were now under Zhong Xiaohua's care. Looking at the neat ridges exposed from the snow and the fine soil in the fields, Zhong Xiaohua knew that her big brother was very meticulous in farming. Sighing, Zhong Xiaohua turned and went down the hill. Although this field was very good, it was destined that it would not belong to her. The snow at the bottom of the hill was very deep. The black well was exposed. Standing next to the well, Zhong Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant. How should she deal with the well water? Based on Zhong Xiaohua's attitude 2 days ago, he had already placed a restriction on the spring water. As long as the Zhong family came to take it, no one else would be given a single drop. But now, Zhong Xiaohua's attitude had changed. The spring water was sweet and rich in the qi of heaven and earth. It was the best gift from the heavens. Since it was a gift from the heavens, it must not be used by a particular family. If he placed a restriction on it, it would only be used by himself. What was the difference between him and the bullies in Lu Town who took other people's things for their own use? What's more, the essence of heaven was the most dependent on fate. If she monopolized it, presumably it would shorten her life and break her fortune. Because of this spring water, her family had already produced Zhong Bairen. It was already a blessing for the generation. Why should she be greedy? Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua was relieved. She fetched the well water, carried it with her hand, and walked back to the village. How could she still think about who drank the well water and who didn't? Now that Zhong Xiaohua is benevolent and kind, he thinks of the greater good. In fact, it is precisely because of this that it makes sense. Dear officials, think about it. If Zhong Xiaohua had placed a restriction on the well, others would only see the Zhong family drawing water from the well, and they would be able to get the sweet well water, but others would not be able to. Or perhaps, the Zhong family would be able to see the well, but others would not be able to. Wouldn't it be a cover-up that would attract more attention? On the contrary, it was the most appropriate to follow fate and not reveal the mountain and not reveal the water. As for whether this spring water was the key to creating a person like Zhong Bairen, this was a question that no one could say for sure. After pouring the well water into the water jar, breakfast was ready. As usual, Zhong Xiaolong brought the food next door to eat with Liu Qian, while Zhong Xiaohua ate with her mother and father in the house. Although breakfast was very short, Guo Sufei's mouth did not stop for even a moment. She gave instructions here and there, gave instructions on this side and worried about that side. Hearing this, Zhong Cai frowned a little. However, Zhong Xiaohua smiled faintly and responded to each and every one of them. She did not slack off in the slightest, as if this was the most delicious side dish. But in the end, Guo Sufei was still worried. She repeatedly doubted Zhong Xiaohua's martial arts. She was afraid that she would lose this son of hers again. Zhong Xiaohua helplessly said, "Mother, you really don't have to worry. That day, didn't you already see the weight of my weapon? Think about it. With such a heavy weapon, who wouldn't be afraid if it hit them? They would have already run away. Who would dare to fight with me? Forget it, Xiaohua. Do you think I haven't heard of storytelling? If you hit people, they wouldn't dodge. Besides, what you call a weapon? It's just a stone stick." Zhong Xiaohua scratched her head and said, "How about this, Mother? I'll give you a demonstration. What do you think of my ability? Don't. I don't think you have the level of a martial arts master. How can I let you demonstrate?" At this time, Zhong Xiaolong walked in. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "I don't need to know martial arts. How about this, let Big Brother tie me up?" Zhong Xiaolong was shocked and said, "Mother, Xiaohua is still young. If she has done anything wrong, just say it. Why do you have to hang her up and beat her?" Chapter 392. Zhong Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, "What are you talking about? Big Brother, am I bad enough to be hung up by Mother?" After Zhong Xiaohua explained, Zhong Xiaolong understood. He found a rope from the corner and tied Zhong Xiaohua's hands and feet firmly. Don't say, Zhong Xiaolong's skill was not bad. He tied Zhong Xiaohua so tightly that she couldn't move an inch. Guo Sufei at the side was distressed. She repeatedly said to be gentler and looser. After Zhong Xiaolong finished, Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Mother, do you think this is tight?" Guo Sufei quickly nodded and said, "It's tight, it's tight." Guo Sufei hadn't finished nodding when she saw Zhong Xiaohua's hands and feet exert a little force. Two peng-peng sounds were heard. The ropes that Zhong Xiaolong used a lot of effort to tie Zhong Xiaohua's hands and feet broke like withered grass. Zhong Xiaohua stood up and said, "How is it? Mother, even if I'm caught, I can still escape." Guo Sufei was stunned. She knew that her son was strong, but she didn't expect it to be so frightening. However, she still didn't give up and said, "But, if they catch you, they will definitely throw you into prison. What's the use of your broken ropes?" Zhong Xiaohua touched his nose and said, "Since it's like this, Mother, boy will show you my skills." Finished speaking, he led the three people into the central room. Zhong Xiaolong found a rope and tied himself up. This time, Zhong Xiaolong used a trick. He knew that this guy would definitely break if he struggled, so he didn't waste any more effort. After Big Brother finished tying, Zhong Xiaohua said, "Mother, Father, Big Brother, this place will be the bad guy's prison. Lock the door and go out. See how I escape." Zhong Xiaolong looked at his parents. The three of them didn't understand, but they still followed Zhong Xiaohua's instructions and locked the door. They stood in the middle of the yard and stared at the window. They wanted to see how Zhong Xiaohua would escape. But even after a long time, there was still no movement from the window. Zhong Xiaolong smiled and said, "Father, Mother, Xiaohua really screwed up this time. Luckily, I didn't tie his hands and feet tightly." At this moment, a laugh came from behind them. Someone said, "Who said I screwed up? I've been standing behind you for a long time." The three of them were shocked. When they turned around, wasn't it Zhong Xiaohua who was standing there with a smile on her face? Zhong Xiaolong was shocked. He ran up to her, looking her up and down, reaching out to touch her left and right. He said, "Are you Xiaohua? How did you come back from outside?" Then she turned her head and asked, "Mother, I don't remember having a twin brother." Zhong Xiaohua laughed and said, "Dage is making fun of me. When did you learn to be this humorous? I'm the Xiaohua in the room." Guo Sufei also didn't believe it. She pushed open the door and saw that there were only a few pieces of rope left in the room. Looking around, Zhong Xiaolong smiled and said, "It seems that Xiaohua escaped from the window in the back wall." "Ayo, that's not right. The window in the back wall was sealed well and didn't break. Little Blossom, how did you manage to escape?" Looking at her mother and father's questions, Zhong Xiaohua said, "This is an escape technique that I learned from Misty School. It allows me to escape when others aren't paying attention. It's very useful." "Is that so?" Guo Sufei and the others somewhat understood. Since Zhong Xiaohua was able to escape when her hands and feet were tied up, then Guo Sufei really didn't have any other opinions. Even if Zhong Xiaohua couldn't beat the other party, she couldn't escape at that time. Even if she was caught, she could still escape easily. She really didn't have any reason to keep Zhong Xiaohua here. Of course, the bloody means of Jianghu were far more than this. It wasn't something that Guo Sufei could understand. Zhong Xiaohua used this simple earth escape technique to convince her mother. It was just to make her mother feel at ease. Seeing that her mother finally agreed, Zhong Xiaohua's face also revealed a smile. Then, she took out 10 jade talismans from her bosom and said, "Mother, Father, Dage, these are some strange things that I got from a deserted island. They can protect people. Find a string and wear them on your body." Zhong Cai reached out and took one of the jade talismans. Looking left and right, he said, "Xiaohua, this jade talisman is quite valuable." Zhong Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "Father, whether this jade talisman is valuable or not, you must remember not to sell it. It can save lives." "What?" Zhong Xiaolong almost cried out, saying, "This broken thing can save lives. I think it's better to sell it." Guo Sufei wasn't happy and said, "Look at you two old and young, how do you know about money? Listen to Xiaohua." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Mother knows me best. Can it save lives?" Guo Sufei also tried to persuade. Zhong Xiaohua hung a jade talisman on her body and said with a smile, "Dage, take that hoe and hit me hard." "No. Absolutely not." Before Zhong Xiaohua finished her words, Guo Sufei immediately objected. "Oh, then how about this, Dage, I'll put this jade talisman on the ground. You take the hoe and hit the jade talisman hard, what do you think?" "No need, Xiaohua, this jade talisman is worth at least a few silver coins, it's such a pity." Zhong Cai was not happy, he glared at Zhong Xiaolong and said, "Just this few silver coins, do you need to go so far?" Xiaolong. "Oh, that's right, father, I'll listen to you." Saying that, Zhong Xiaolong took a jade talisman and threw it on the ground. Then he looked for the hoe and used all his strength to hit the jade talisman. When the hoe touched the jade talisman, it was like hitting a ball of cotton, sinking. But no matter how hard he tried, there was always a gap between the hoe and the jade talisman, it couldn't touch it. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaolong shouted, "Interesting, interesting. But Xiaohua, if you wear this thing on your body, people won't hit the jade talisman when they hit you, right?" "It's okay, father, as long as you wear it, it will protect your whole body if you hit it with more than a certain amount of force. How about I put the jade talisman on Huan Huan? You can use a wooden stick to try." Sure enough, if the jade talisman was put on the 4 odd beasts, Zhong Xiaolong would use a wooden stick to hit Huan Huan's butt. No matter how hard Zhong Xiaolong used, he couldn't hit it. Zhong Xiaolong was overjoyed, he quickly grabbed one and said, "This thing is great, with it, your sister-in-law won't be able to hurt me anymore." Ha ha ha. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and gave the other 9 jade talismans to Guo Sufei. She said, "Mother, let's each have one. Keep the rest as a backup. This jade talisman won't work forever, it may not work after a few times." "Okay," Guo Sufei agreed. She carefully put it away and said, "I'll find a silk rope later, we'll all wear it." Seeing that her mother put away the jade talismans, Zhong Xiaohua took out 10 light red jade talismans from her arms. Before she could say anything, Zhong Xiaolong shouted, "Xiaohua, what are these? Are they different from the ones just now?" "Yes, big brother, you're right, the one just now is for protection, this one," Zhong Cai interrupted, "for hitting people?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, Father is really smart. No wonder the three of us are so smart. It's all thanks to you. Guo Sufei smiled and said, don't flatter your father. Your father said so many good things to you last night. It's all thanks to your mouth. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, father is good, mother is good. Hehe, please wait a moment. After saying that, Zhong Xiaohua moved a large rock from outside the yard. It was about the size of the Zhong family's dining table. Only Zhong Xiaohua had the strength to move it. If it were Zhong Xiaolong, it would take at least 5 people. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua move such a large stone, the three of them didn't understand. What does this have to do with hitting people? After the stone was placed in the middle of the courtyard, Zhong Xiaohua said, Father, Mother, Big Brother, you all stand behind me and watch how I use this jade talisman. The three of them didn't dare to be careless and stood behind Zhong Xiaohua. They saw Zhong Xiaohua pick up a jade talisman and throw it at the stone with all her strength. With a catcher sound, the jade talisman broke into pieces and a red light flashed from the jade talisman. It was a red flame, but the flame was different from the usual flames seen in the Zhong family. When the flame touched the stone, it actually burned. After a cup of tea's time, more than half of the huge stone was burned. This strange scene made the three of them even more stunned. Yes, this was the first time they saw a flame that could burn a stone. Zhong Xiaohua turned around and handed over the remaining few jade talismans. Zhong Xiaolong stretched out his hand but didn't dare to take them. He asked with some fear, Xiaohua, isn't this thing too dangerous? If we were to accidentally trip and fall onto the jade talisman while holding it, wouldn't we burn ourselves in an instant? Zhong Xiaohua smiled and casually threw another jade talisman on the stone. This time, it didn't break. Zhong Xiaohua reached out and picked it up. She put it in someone's pocket and said with a smile, this jade talisman needs to be thrown with all your strength to be effective. If you are a little bit weaker, it won't break. Moreover, if Big Brother is carrying the jade talisman just now, the 2 jade talismans will meet and perish together. Of course, there won't be any danger. Ah! So it's like this. Only then did Zhong Xiaolong boldly reach out to take the remaining jade talismans. Looking at them carefully, he said, Xiaohua, this is a sharp weapon, more effective than any sword or saber. Do you have any more? Give me a few more. Zhong Xiaohua heard this and her heart was moved. Why didn't she think of it? She smiled and said, I still have some. I will give them to you later. But, Big Brother, don't use this thing in evil ways. Zhong Xiaolong also smiled and said, you look like Big Brother. How come Big Brother doesn't know what you think? Zhong Xiaohua gave the remaining few jade talismans to Guo Sufei. Guo Sufei took them and said with some reluctance, Xiaohua, when do you want to leave after giving us all these things? Zhong Xiaohua looked at the clouds in the sky and said, Mother, as soon as possible. If possible, I will leave tomorrow. What do you think? Ari, tomorrow is the 18th of the first month. It is not even the first month. You came back on the 9th day of the first month. It has only been 9 days and you want to leave. Hearing the word 9, Zhong Xiaohua's heart was moved. She smiled and said, Mother, I should leave tomorrow. This 9 is very auspicious. Chapter 393. Ari, what new book? Hey. Ari, Guo Sufei sighed deeply, no matter how auspicious it is, as long as you leave, Mother will not be happy. Zhong Xiaohua smiled, Mother, don't worry, as long as there is news about second brother, I will immediately send someone to bring the news back. You just have to wait to make braised pork to reward me. Guo Sufei forced a smile and wiped her tears. Yes, Little Blossom was her son, and Little Tiger was her son too. They were both her flesh and blood. There was no reason to stop her from looking for her second son just because she felt sorry for her youngest son. Seeing this, Zhong Cai changed the topic. Today Xiaohua, stay at home, don't go anywhere, accompany your mother. Oh right, child's mother, bring the good things Xiaohua brought for Qianqian to see. Okay, we will go now. Guo Sufei agreed and the three of them went next door. Zhong Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, you guys go first, I will go back to my room, I will be there soon. Guo Sufei showed the 2 jade talismans to Liu Qian and explained how to use them. Liu Qian had previously received the small Primeval stones from Zhong Xiaohua, so she naturally knew that this brother of hers was not ordinary. Of course, she did not doubt. She immediately found a suitable thread from the sewing tray and passed the 6 jade talismans to everyone. Bai Ren also received one and wore it around her neck. As for the other light red jade talismans, she also took 2 and hid them close to her body. Seeing that their daughter-in-law trusted them so much, Zhong Cai and Guo Sufei also did as instructed. Not long after, Zhong Xiaohua also rushed over, took out a dozen light red jade talismans and said, "Big brother, big sister-in-law, this is all, please keep it." Liu Qian glared at Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, don't you still need these? You keep them for yourself." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Don't mention it, big sister-in-law, I don't need these, you guys can use them, as long as you don't use them casually and only use them to protect yourself." At this time, Guo Sufei also took out her own jade talisman and said, "Xiaohua, mother will let you wear this." "Mother, I really..." Zhong Xiaohua said half of the sentence, she could not continue, with tears in her eyes, she stretched her head and let her mother wear the talisman around her neck. Seeing this, Liu Qian hurriedly put on another one and handed it to Guo Sufei. Zhong Xiaohua said, "Mother, you should wear it too. Why don't you let father help you?" "Forget it, I'll do it myself." Guo Sufei smiled and put the jade pendant on her body. Then, Zhong Xiaohua handed over a dozen jade talismans to Liu Qian. Liu Qian only took half of them, the rest were given to Guo Sufei. Guo Sufei only took half of them and returned the other half to Liu Qian. At this time, Bai Ren on the Kang had already woken up, yi-yi a sound, turning over on the Kang. When he saw Zhong Xiaohua by the Kang bed, his eyes seemed to light up. He reached out his small hands to ask for a hug. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and held Bai Ren in his arms. Only then did the little guy stop scratching in his arms. He just looked at him and chuckled. Zhong Xiaohua once again swept with her spiritual awareness, but Bai Ren was still the same as other children, there was no fluctuation of primordial qi. If it was not for the fact that this 8-day-old child looked like a 5-month-old child, Zhong Xiaohua really couldn't believe that this was the baby she took out from the innate array. Liu Qian next to her asked, "Xiaohua, I heard from mother that you will leave tomorrow. Bai Ren is not 1 month old yet, why don't you wait to eat Bai Ren's full moon banquet?" Zhong Xiaohua said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, I will leave in the end, why do you care about sooner or later? Speaking of Bai Ren's full moon banquet, I have prepared a gift in advance." After that, he took out a large piece of primordial stone from his arms and handed it to Liu Qian. "This is the same stone I gave you last time, I think Bai Ren will like it. I have nothing to give him, just treat this as a toy for him." This piece of primordial stone was the size of an adult's fist, the primordial qi contained in it was really surging. Zhong Xiaohua had been refining qi for a long time, but the amount of primordial qi in her body was not so much. Although Liu Qian did not understand the preciousness of this primordial stone, she knew that her son's birth was related to this stone, and it was just a much smaller stone, this one must be even more precious. However, Zhong Xiaohua was her younger brother, so she did not need to be too polite. Before she could say thank you, Bai Ren's eyes lit up, and he stretched out his small hand to hug this thing that was about the size of his head. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua put the primordial stone on the Kang, and also put Bai Ren beside it. As a result, Bai Ren reached out and hugged the primordial stone and rolled around, he had long forgotten about Zhong Xiaohua. One day passed quickly, and Zhong Xiaohua's family stayed in Liu Qian's house, accompanying Bai Ren for the entire day. Liu Qian was still in confinement, so she could not leave the house. On the 17th day of the first month, the family had dinner in their central room. Mr. Liu, Liu Kai, and Li Yinfeng also came over, and it was a happy reunion dinner. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight shone into the house. Zhong Xiaohua opened his eyes, sighed softly, and pushed the door open. He did not plan to go out to the courtyard to practice the Big Dipper magical fist, and wanted to leave quietly, afraid of the heartache of separation. Unfortunately, just as he stepped out, he saw the dark red fire in the stove. His mother had already woken up. Quietly standing at the door, Zhong Xiaohua's eyes could not help but moisten. Guo Sufei woke up very early. When Zhong Xiaohua came out, she had already baked a large stack of pancakes. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua come in, Guo Sufei smiled and said, "Xiaohua, go and sleep for a while. We still have to hurry on the road today, so rest well." Zhong Xiaohua whispered, "Mother, you don't have to bake so many pancakes, I can't finish them. This is for you to eat on the road. Along the way, other people's food is not to their heart's content, I'm afraid that you won't be used to it." "Mother." Zhong Xiaohua was a little choked up. "Well, if you can't sleep, wash your face and tidy up your huan. It still has to carry you on the road, don't starve." Zhong Xiaohua responded and went. It seems that Zhong Xiaohua's idea of quietly leaving had completely failed. Not long after, Mr. Liu Kai, and Li Yinfeng also came over. After eating, a group of people sent Zhong Xiaohua out like stars surrounding the moon. Only Liu Qian and Bai Ren didn't go out of the house. Zhong Xiaohua specially went to say goodbye to her sister-in-law. Bai Ren, this boy, was still sleeping soundly. Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but hug and kiss his chubby little face. There were many people in the village who woke up early. Seeing that only the third son of the Zhong family was going out again, they all stopped and carefully gave their blessings. Zhong Xiaohua was ashamed. She thought that people were too bad before. At this time, she carefully smiled and greeted the people who were familiar with her. At the entrance of the village, there was no need to mention the reluctance and attachment. This time was different from before. Although they were reluctant to part at the beginning, they knew that there was no danger to their lives. At worst, they could just pat their butts and come back. This time, they knew that the road ahead was dangerous. Although Zhong Xiaohua showed a few skills yesterday and dispelled most of the old people's doubts, how could they bear to see their son take risks? Guo Sufei's face was still full of tears. Although Zhong Xiaohua was sad, she was after all 18 years old. She was not like the youth of the past who only had tears in her eyes. After saying a few words to her mother, father, and the others, she floated onto the deer. She patted Huan's bald horn and the deer lifted its legs and moved forward. After a few steps, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but look back. Everyone raised their hands. Only her mother covered her mouth with one hand and put the other hand in front of her face with difficulty, slightly waving it. Zhong Xiaohua's hand also seemed to be weighed down by tens of thousands of pounds. It was extremely difficult for her to wave it. The tears that had been in her eyes all this time finally couldn't help but flow down the corner of her eyes. Thinking that her mother would definitely be sad if she was sad, Zhong Xiaohua forced a smile. Then, she resolutely turned her head and let the sparkling tears fall to the ground. Huan also seemed to understand Zhong Xiaohua's intentions. With a low whistle, it flipped its 4 hooves and galloped towards Lu Town. After turning the corner at the foot of the mountain, the Guozhuang house was hidden by the mountain. The mountain could block one's vision, but it couldn't hide one's longing heart. Zhong Xiaohua had already released her divine perception long ago. From afar, she could see her grieving family members. This kind of parting was always so sad that it made one's heart turn cold. When Zhong Xiaohua neared Pingyang City, his emotions gradually calmed down. The Guozhuang house was a peaceful harbor that he would always look forward to. However, it was not the stage of his life. Zhong Xiaohua already knew that ever since he obtained the Carefree Heart Sutra and entered the cultivation of the immortal Tao, his life had become very different from that of ordinary people. Even the martial artists couldn't compare to him. Therefore, it was still the same old saying, with great power comes great responsibility. Trying to escape? That's impossible. Looking at the approaching gates of Pingyang City, Zhong Xiaohua was filled with anticipation. How were the 2 little girls, Nai Chenyu and Little Orange, doing? Although he could see what he wanted to know as long as he released his divine perception, was there any point in doing so? Zhong Xiaohua arrived at the inn. Everything looked the same as before. It was just that the new year had just passed and there were more merchants coming and going. Business seemed to be much better and the inn was bustling with activity. However, the inn staff seemed to have a strange look in their eyes. When they saw Zhong Xiaohua enter, They weren't as enthusiastic as before. It seemed like they were avoiding him. Could it be that I didn't tip them with a large sum of money the last time I came? That's why they seem distant. Ayo, could it be that Nai Chenyu has run out of money and owes them money for their rooms? Zhong Xiaohua walked into the courtyard of the inn suspiciously. In the corner of the courtyard, the horse carriage was left alone. It didn't seem to have moved at all. Zhong Xiaohua left the 4 odd beasts behind and walked to Nai Chenyu's door. There was no noise from the 2 little girls inside. Zhong Xiaohua frowned even more. Walking to the tightly shut door, Zhong Xiaohua knocked lightly on the door and asked, "Is there anyone at home?" Immediately, a hoarse voice shouted from inside, "There's no one here." However, before the voice finished, it was followed by an exclamation. Brother Ren, it can't be." When Zhong Xiaohua heard her surprised and joyful voice, cold sweat broke out on his back. I don't think he was this intimate with Miss Nai. It's only been 10 days since we last met, yet he misses her so much. Chapter 394. Although Nai Chenyu was only 12 years old, she was still a young girl. Cough cough, she had already grown up and her body was filled with the unique fragrance of a girl. Her movements were like a swallow returning to the forest, but this really put Zhong Xiaohua in a difficult position. Should I step aside and let her pass? Wouldn't that be letting Miss Nai eat dirt? However, if I don't step aside, won't I be taking advantage of her? Although Zhong Xiaohua did not release his divine perception, Nai Chenyu's movements still allowed Zhong Xiaohua to make sufficient movements to avoid her. However, after thinking about it, Zhong Xiaohua still stood there bravely and fearlessly. He only felt a soft and delicate body in his arms and a sweet smell entered his nose. Then, a delicate arm wrapped around Zhong Xiaohua's waist. Zhong Xiaohua swayed and almost fell to the ground. His body, which had been tempered by the heavenly thunder and refined by the qi of heaven and earth, had never received such treatment before. All of a sudden, he seemed to feel uncomfortable. Zhong Xiaohua was about to reach out and push Nai Chenyu slightly to express to her that it was inappropriate for men and women to touch each other when Nai Chenyu leaned in his arms and cried, "Brother Ren, why are you only back now? Little Orange, she has been snatched away." Ah! Zhong Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Is it because of my words? If I had known that I was so powerful, I wouldn't have joked with you guys. Quickly tell me what happened. Don't tell me that the bullies of Pingyang City want to force Little Orange to be his second concubine? Or did the bandits outside the city want to kidnap her to be their mistress?" No matter what Zhong Xiaohua said, Nai Chenyu seemed to be frightened and refused to let go. She lay in Zhong Xiaohua's arms and cried non-stop. Although Zhong Xiaohua couldn't see Nai Chenyu buried in her arms, she could imagine the scene of Nai Chenyu sobbing in the rain. Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but pout. This child doesn't have parents to love her. She's so pitiful. After about 15 minutes, Nai Chenyu seemed to be tired from crying and realized her impoliteness. She quickly escaped from Zhong Xiaohua's arms and lowered her head, blushing, as if she wanted to hide her little face in front of her chest. Zhong Xiaohua found it a little funny. She coughed twice and asked, "Little you quickly tell me what's going on with Little Orange. How did it get snatched away?" Hearing this, Nai Chenyu quickly looked up and was about to say something, but she saw that Zhong Xiaohua's chest was wet. Wasn't that her tears just now? She immediately lowered her head in fear. Zhong Xiaohua walked forward and patted her head. "Little you sit down first and tell me slowly. I'm back, so leave this to me." Zhong Xiaohua's action of patting her head was a little reckless. He was used to being patted by his parents, eldest brother, and second brother at home, so he naturally thought it was a gesture of comfort. However, Nai Chenyu was a girl, so it was inappropriate to pat her head. Even if it was some other part of her body, it was a big taboo to pat her head without permission. Fortunately, before Nai Chenyu could dodge, her head was patted by Zhong Xiaohua's sneaky hand. Nai Chenyu looked up a little unhappily. When she saw Zhong Xiaohua's calm smile, she felt a lot more at ease. She felt that the hand patting her head was 1,000 times warmer and made her feel safe. Nai Qianyu obediently sat on the edge of the bed and recounted everything that had happened after Zhong Xiaohua left. It turned out that ever since Zhong Xiaohua left in the snow on the 6th day of the first lunar month, although Nai Qianyu and Little Orange were angry at Zhong Xiaohua's joke, the two girls felt isolated in this unfamiliar Pingyang city. Therefore, they almost never went out. They only strolled in the courtyard when the sky cleared up. If they had nothing to do, they would stay in the house and joke around. It was no different from when they were in the boudoir in the mountain villa. The only difference was that many of their conversations involved the heartless thief who left them in this inn and left alone. However, on the 15th day of the first lunar month, the sky finally cleared up. It was another day to see the lanterns. Even the lanterns in Lu Town attracted Zhong Xiaohua's attention, not to mention the grand and lively lanterns in Pingyang City. Therefore, Nai Qianyu and Little Orange finally couldn't resist the clamor outside the inn and walked out of the door for the first time. The liveliness was actually secondary. The most important thing was that in Nai Qianyu's hometown, Carefree City, there was another custom on the 15th day of the first lunar month. That was, young girls could write their wishes on paper and place it on the lotus lanterns on the river. If the god of the water favored it, it would open the girl's paper and fulfill this lucky girl's wish. In the past, Nai Qianyu didn't have any major wishes and would do them casually. Today, however, was the first time she had a major wish. Therefore, she didn't care if this custom existed in Pingyang City. She pulled Little Orange along and wanted to go shopping for lotus lanterns. In fact, Zhong Xiaohua's words made sense. Nai Qianyu was only a 12-year-old girl. Her body was still developing and her appearance wasn't outstanding. Although Little Orange had delicate features and was a beauty, she was still a girl after all. She didn't have a threatening aura. The two of them wouldn't cause any trouble on the streets. However, man proposes, God disposes. Since Pingyang City didn't have the custom of placing lotus lanterns, they only found something they were satisfied with after walking around for a long time. Coincidentally, just as they walked out of the lantern shop, they saw a blind man setting up a stall by the street. There were a few words on the stall, seeking future and marriage. Nai Qianyu's mind was preoccupied with the idea of placing the lanterns at night and didn't notice at all. However, Little Orange saw it and couldn't move her feet. She insisted on dragging Miss to take a look at the stall and said, helping Miss find marriage. How could Nai Qianyu not understand Little Orange's intention? Hence, the two of them went forward to perform a divination. The blind man asked for their birth characters and gave them two divination signs. One was above average, which fulfilled Little Orange's wish. The other was below average, which ruined Nai Qianyu's good mood. Nai Qianyu pouted and tipped them a few coins. As she walked, she said, "Not allowed, not allowed. It's too unlucky." However, when it was time to place the lanterns at night, her face was still gloomy. Little Orange carefully placed the lanterns for Miss. She even specially said that the water god was definitely more powerful than the blind man. Only then did Nai Qianyu feel slightly relieved. However, just as they turned the corner and returned to the inn, a man in black suddenly flew down from the wall beside them. He stretched out his hand and sealed their acupoints. Before Nai Qianyu fainted, she clearly saw the man's figure. Wasn't he the blind man who performed a divination on the street earlier? When Nai Qianyu woke up, it was already the afternoon of the next day. In the room of the inn, she heard from the innkeeper that he went out to look for friends last night and happened to see the man in black committing a crime. The man in black seemed to have seen someone appear and hurriedly ran away. Only then did he leave Nai Qianyu behind and not kidnap her. At that time, Nai Qianyu was so scared that her face turned ashen. She didn't dare to take half a step out of the inn. She didn't even have the thought of reporting it to the authorities. The innkeeper always said that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. If the victim didn't report it, then what did it have to do with him? Therefore, he kept it a secret. After hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua finally understood the way the innkeeper looked at her. Of course, she was missing but didn't dare to report it to the authorities. The innkeeper thought that she was a human trafficker. Zhong Xiaohua touched her chin and thought for a moment. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she asked, "Little Yu is Little Orange's birthday on the 7th day of the 7th month?" "Ah!" Nai Qianyu was shocked and said, "How did you know?" Immediately, her face turned ashen and she said, "She even told you this?" Zhong Xiaohua was stunned and said, "When did Little Orange tell me? Why didn't I know?" You know that you already know Little Orange's birthday." "I didn't tell you." "She didn't tell you either." "Did you dream about it?" Zhong Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She laughed and told her what happened in Lu Town. Nai Qianyu then laughed through her tears and said, "I thought you were blind." "Blind? Haha." Zhong Xiaohua also laughed and said, "If I were blind, I wouldn't kidnap people." Then, he frowned and said, "I didn't think so much that day. I just wanted the authorities to intervene in this human trafficker's matter. However, I forgot to interrogate the man in black. It was really negligent." "Yes, Big Brother Ren. It's been almost 10 days. I wonder if Little Orange is still alive." At this moment, Zhong Xiaohua was calm. That was because, as Nai Qianyu said, it had been 10 days. If something had happened, it would have happened long ago. Moreover, the kidnapping of the little girl by the men in black in Lu Town was probably an organized and planned collective event. It should be different from the usual plucking. Little Orange's real concern should be her life and nothing else. "But, Big Brother Ren, what should we do now? I didn't dare to report it to the authorities at that time." "If the authorities asked about my background, I was afraid that I would attract the attention of the bad guys again. So, I've been waiting for Big Brother to come over for the past few days. Don't you think I'm too selfish?" Zhong Xiaohua laughed and said, "Little Yu is very smart. It's very right not to report it to the authorities. Didn't you hear me say that day at the place I went, the authorities couldn't wait to run away? Why would they care? The authorities in Pingyang City might be better. However, once they ask about your background, it's not wise for you to fall into their trap first, not to mention Little Orange. Then, Big Brother Ren, do you think I did the right thing?" Zhong Xiaohua gave her a thumbs up and said, "It's more than right. You're extremely smart." Nai Qianyu's face flushed red. The grievances that she had been suppressing in her heart for the past 10 days had long disappeared. After interacting with her for a few months, Zhong Xiaohua knew that this girl had always been competitive. However, she was still young and immature. When faced with such a situation, it was difficult for her to have the best of both worlds. He laughed and said, "All right, I'm back. Leave Little Orange's matter to me. Look at your haggard face. You'd better rest more." Then, he looked around and said, "Little Yu I'll go next door. You sleep. Big Brother Ren, please add it to your collection. Please tip it. Thank you." Chapter 395. Brother Ren. Nai Qianyu wanted to say something but stopped. Zhong Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "Okay, you go ahead and sleep. I'll stand at the door." With that, he got up and walked to the door. His slender figure blocked the sunlight and his elongated shadow was cast on the brick bed. Nai Qianyu's face was a little red and her heart was racing. She curled up on the brick bed and pulled the blanket over her body. She also covered herself with the warm shadow and felt very at ease. Not long after, she started snoring softly. When Zhong Xiaohua heard it, he tiptoed and closed the door. Then, he got up and went to the room next door. The target of the men in black was Little Orange, the girl who was born on the 7th day of the 7th month. Nai Qianyu was not in any danger at all. She was just frightened. Sigh, poor child. Zhong Xiaohua sighed in his heart. First, she was chased after. Now, her own girl was kidnapped. She has been in a state of fear for the past few days. I wonder how many tricks she has used. I forgot to ask her. Zhong Xiaohua returned to the small house and sat cross-legged. To be honest, He was just comforting Nai Qianyu. He did not have any confidence in himself. Pingyang City was so big. Where could he find Little Orange? Moreover, she had been missing for 10 days. He did not know where she had been transferred to. But if he did not say that, what else could he say? Sitting cross-legged on the brick bed, Zhong Xiaohua released his divine senses. His divine senses were already very powerful and could cover the entire Pingyang City. However, just like what happened in Lu Town previously, even if he could cover it completely, what was the use? You can only see, but you can't know all the movements like the back of your hand. This is divine sense, after all, not a domain. If only there was a way to leave a mark on Little Orange's body. Once he released his divine senses, no matter where she was, as long as she was still in Pingyang City, he would be able to sense her. How good would that be? Zhong Xiaohua's divine senses circled around Pingyang City for a long time but did not find anything. He had no choice but to withdraw it. It was still early, so Zhong Xiaohua closed her eyes to cultivate. The content of the Way of Heaven was boundless and vast, so it couldn't be rushed. Before leaving the Guozhuang house, he had made jade talismans that gave him a lot of inspiration. Since he could make talismans and cultivate at the same time, why not? However, before creating the talismans, Zhong Xiaohua had something more important to do. She had to comprehend the 365 talismans in the Golden Formation in her Niwen Palace. The first time Zhong Xiaohua chose a talisman, just as he immersed his spiritual consciousness into it, he was immediately exhausted, so he immediately withdrew his spiritual consciousness, so he still did not know anything about these 365 talismans. Now that he had some free time, he naturally had to continue to talk about each of the talismans and try to find a breakthrough in his cultivation. Looking at these 365 talismans that were connected together like tadpoles, Zhong Xiaohua was a little embarrassed. These tadpoles were almost exactly the same. From the outside, one could not tell the difference at all. However, Zhong Xiaohua knew that these talismans were definitely different from each other. Looking at the swimming talismans, Zhong Xiaohua had no choice but to immerse his spiritual consciousness into a talisman that had just drifted in front of him. Just as his spiritual consciousness entered, he felt a wave of fatigue in his head. However, this time, Zhong Xiaohua did not withdraw his spiritual consciousness immediately, but insisted on immersing it in the inner layer. As his spiritual consciousness penetrated deeper, the fatigue became more and more serious, and there was even a slight prickling pain. Zhong Xiaohua was a little hesitant, not knowing if he should persist. But at this moment, the talisman emitted a milky white brilliance, producing a strong suction force. It pulled Zhong Xiaohua's spiritual consciousness tightly, as if it was about to absorb it. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua was not alarmed, but happy. He was most afraid that no matter how he probed, the talisman would not respond. However, at this moment, just immersing it in for a while, it produced a suction force. Presumably, he needed to send his spiritual consciousness into the talisman. Finished thinking, Zhong Xiaohua slightly controlled his spiritual consciousness and let his spiritual consciousness slowly enter the talisman. As his spiritual consciousness was absorbed, the talisman's brilliance became more and more brilliant. Although Zhong Xiaohua did not use his eyes to look, there was a dazzling feeling. When his spiritual consciousness was about to be completely absorbed, the brilliance was extremely brilliant. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua calmly took out 2 small primordial stones from his arms, one in each hand, and operated the jade blood elixir refining technique. The true qi in the meridians of his whole body slowly turned into heart fire, and directly burned the elixir refining technique. Since Zhong Xiaohua practiced the Carefree Heart Sutra to the 6th level, his spiritual consciousness was extremely profound. Cultivating the jade blood elixir refining technique had little effect, so he did not practice it much. At this time, when he saw his spiritual consciousness was about to be absorbed, he immediately thought of this technique. Sure enough, when the heart fire burned the elixir refining technique, it was immediately absorbed by the brilliant talisman. After the brilliance was extremely bright, it gradually dimmed. At this time, the talisman was no longer in the shape of a tadpole, but slowly revealed its original appearance. However, It was still somewhat faint and could not be seen clearly. Seeing that this technique was effective, Zhong Xiaohua left and operated the Heart Sutra. He absorbed the heaven and earth primordial qi from the primordial stones into his meridians to replenish the true qi that had turned into heart fire. With the new supply of primordial qi, the heart fire was not extinguished, and was slowly absorbed by the talisman. After absorbing for an entire afternoon, the talisman gradually revealed its true form. It was actually in the shape of a cute rabbit. What kind of talisman was this? Zhong Xiaohua was somewhat aghast. Following the complete appearance of the rabbit talisman, a set of extremely complex techniques containing 365 different finger techniques immediately appeared in Zhong Xiaohua's mind. Zhong Xiaohua carefully comprehended it. Wasn't this the technique of the rabbit talisman? Zhong Xiaohua was overjoyed. Just as she was about to comprehend it further, a huge feeling of exhaustion came from her mind. There was actually a feeling of exhaustion. Zhong Xiaohua did not dare to try again. She immediately withdrew her divine sense, and let the golden array revolve around the elixir refining technique. She silently operated the Heart Sutra and adjusted her breathing. After the time it took to eat a meal, the true qi of the 6th level of the Worry-Free Heart Sutra had circulated through the meridians of her entire body a few times. Her entire body felt comfortable, and only then did she stop. After a little check, Zhong Xiaohua found that the Worry-Free Heart Sutra had not made any progress, but her divine sense had increased. However, there was a slight throbbing pain in her mind. Presumably, the true qi that she had used to cultivate the cultivation method had been supplied to the talisman all the time. It had long exceeded the capacity of her mudpill palace, and thus caused the injury. After thinking about it, Zhong Xiaohua did not dare to continue comprehending, for fear that going too far would be as bad as not going far enough. At this time, the sky had already turned dark, and she did not know whether Nai Chenyu had woken up or not. Zhong Xiaohua floated down to the ground and came to the door of Nai Chenyu's room. She gently knocked on the door again, and there was still a light snoring sound coming from the room. Presumably, Nai Chenyu was still sleeping soundly. Zhong Xiaohua sighed. For the past 10 days, Nai Chenyu must have been exhausted and did not dare to sleep. She only completely relaxed when she saw her. How could she be sleeping soundly? After waiting for a while with her hands clasped behind her back, Zhong Xiaohua went to the front of the inn to find some porridge and side dishes and brought them back. The innkeeper knew that the guest had met with a calamity. He was afraid that Zhong Xiaohua would be angry, so he carefully accompanied her and welcomed her with a smile. Zhong Xiaohua did not bother to explain to him, so she took the food box and left. After Zhong Xiaohua put the food box on the table and lit the lamp, Nai Chenyu was finally awakened by the bright light in front of her eyes. Rubbing her hazy eyes, Nai Chenyu's face was burning. She asked in a low voice, "Brother Ren, have you been accompanying me all this time?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "No, I also went back to my room to sleep. I just woke up and thought that you must be hungry, so I called you to get up and eat something." While they were talking, they heard Nai Chenyu's stomach growling. Nai Chenyu's face was burning even more. Zhong Xiaohua opened the lid of the food box and said, "Come, little fishy, eat something first and then go back to sleep." "Okay," Nai Chenyu nodded and said, "Brother Ren, you should eat too." Zhong Xiaohua said, "There's no need. I've already eaten. This is for you." After saying that, he was about to scoop rice for Nai Chenyu. How could Nai Chenyu let him scoop rice for her? She hurriedly jumped off the Kang bed and ran over without even wearing her shoes. "Let me do it, Brother Ren, you should rest." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Sit down, little fishy. Your wrist must not be completely healed. If it is injured again, won't you need to rest for many days?" Nai Chenyu was a little embarrassed and said, "Then, I will have to trouble Brother Ren." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and did not say anything. He took out the side dishes and the porridge and placed it on the table. He stood at the side and smiled as he watched Nai Chenyu eat in small bites. Nai Chenyu seemed to have never eaten as well as today. She actually finished the small pot of porridge. After putting down the bowl and chopsticks, Nai Chenyu said embarrassedly, "Brother Ren, you have never seen me eat so much, right?" Zhong Xiaohua said, "Of course, when I saw you before, I only tasted a little. Today, it was an eye-opener for me. You can eat more than me." Nai Chenyu smiled and said, "Brother Ren, you have never seen so much. Take your time to broaden your horizons." After saying that, she seemed to feel a little inappropriate and lowered her head slightly. However, she immediately raised her head and asked, "Brother Ren, is there any news about Little Orange?" After saying that, she laughed at herself and said, "Ayo, Brother Ren just said that he was resting in the room. I was too anxious." Zhong Xiaohua said, "I asked around outside first, but there were no good clues. I will go out later. Maybe I will find something at night." "I see." Nai Chenyu was a little disappointed and said, "Then, be careful. Don't do anything inappropriate." "Okay." Zhong Xiaohua nodded and walked to the table to clear the bowls and chopsticks. She said, "You should rest. You probably haven't slept well for many days. Go to bed. Maybe you can see Little Orange tomorrow." "Really?" Nai Chenyu was a little excited. Zhong Xiaohua shook her head and said, "I am just comforting you. I am not a god. How can I find him so quickly?" Sigh. Nai Chenyu sighed and said, "I can't help you. I just want to sleep." "Go to sleep. You will be the biggest help to me if you rest." Nai Chenyu saw that Zhong Xiaohua was not polite at all. She could only twitch her mouth and sit in front of the Kang bed again. Zhong Xiaohua took the food box out and shouted, "Little you lock the door." "Got it. Go." Nai Chenyu said weakly, "Go and come back early." You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.